Radio Wiltshire,
the home of Swindon Town football commentaries.
It gives memories of fans that they'll never forget. Yeah, it's a cup competition I love. We've played against Manchester City, Spurs, Leeds, Leicester, Middlesbrough, many more as well. We've had some very, very exciting days.
Swindon boss Michael Flynn on the magic of the FA Cup. The Town take on non-league Aldershot here at the County Ground this afternoon in the first round. Commentary coming up on the radio and BBC Sounds from Andrew Hawes.
Where Swindon are going to have to improvise up front because Jake Young doesn't look to have been given permission to play, and Rashawn Hepburn-Murphy's not involved in the squad either. So Charlie Austin is the one out-and-out striker. Dan Kemp has been allowed to take part by MK Dons. So going down Swindon in number order: Mahoney, Hutton, Blake Tracy, McEachran, Khan, Kemp, the return of Tom Brewitt, Godwin Malife, Shade, Minturn and Austin. Minturn preferred to Clayton. Swindon have taken up their allocation of 9 subs on the bench. There's Lewis Ward, Clayton, Genesini, Kinsella, and then youngsters after that in Sonny Hart, Miles Abodo, Fletcher Hubbard, Harry Gray and George Alston, the last of 3 who are all involved with Reading in that Football League trophy match. So that's the headline news for Swindon, is there is just one out-and-out striker available in Charlie Austin.
Goalkeeper Phil Smith, who played for both clubs, has the analysis. You'll hear more from the manager soon. Midfielder Seydou Khan, and an extended interview with teenage striker Miles Abodo. There's also the Premier League, the Bluebirds Gary Horgan, the Wildcats Aaron Nell, and Robins legend Barry Briggs later. BBC Radio Wiltshire, Saturday Sport till 6. I'm Sean Hodgetts. Well, as you say, Andrew, that answers the eligibility question. Mahoney and Kemp allowed to play, but Young not so.
Yeah, so it's positive news on Kemp. I think that'll calm people down. I'm not sure it's a great surprise on Mahoney, even though QPR have just changed managers, because why would you stop your goalkeeper who's having a really productive loan spell and isn't likely to get back in your team from carrying on with his productive loan spell? So I don't think that's a shock. It's a pleasant surprise to see Kemp's able to play. And I guess with Bradford in the situation where they are, where they're still looking for a new manager to replace Mark Hughes, you can maybe understand them, we assume, putting the kibosh on Jake Young taking part. So that's all given Swindon a bit of problem with the unexpected absence of Rashawn Hepburn-Murphy.
Minturn ahead of Clayton this weekend, discuss.
Yeah, well, Clayton did have quite a sort of difficult 45 minutes against MK Dons. It's the first real time that Mike Flynn switched around the formation at the start, going for the sort of diamond 4-man midfield and 4-man in defence, and in the end Clayton got moved out towards left back and Blake Tracy got moved more in further into the centre because he's just finding it difficult. His first sort of start coming back from this long-term injury that pretty much kept him out of pre-season. So a good chance for Minturn again to show that he is, capable of being valuable now and not just one with that kind of promising youngster for the future tag.
Brewitt and Minturn are out-and-out centre-backs, aren't they? Fraser Blake Tracy could play wide. Udoka Godwin Malife ended up last week in midfield. We know that Tyree Shade is versatile. 3 or 4 at the back. There are a range of options.
Yeah, so it feels like the most likely though, with all those centre halves squeezed into one team, is to play with the 3 at the back, because again Mike Flynn was sort of saying, well, did I really do the right thing in changing the shape to try and surprise MK Dons? He was sort of kind of questioning his own tactical genius, if you like, at that point. So you would think with all the centre halves available that you would go for the 3 at the back, and you can argue about how much impact Shade had in that sort of number 10 role as well, but we'll see. But it all gets a bit more complicated, of course, with Austin as the one central striker now. Whether they can play Kemp up alongside him, I guess they can play Kemp just in behind him. We may not find out exactly until kick-off.
10th in League 2 versus 7th in the National League. 21 places between the 2 clubs in the football pyramid. Home advantage, but it's not a given.
No, I don't think so. You look down the Aldershot lineup, there's a sort of healthy smattering of Football League experience there, and 1 or 2 players they've sort of brought in from lower down the Football League pyramid who look quite young and quite hungry. Josh Stokes in particular is scoring lots of goals from midfield, and they look like they've been able to go at it full tilt. Cian Harris is the obvious name from a Swindon perspective as part of their 3-man central defensive line, who's been able to stay fit, play football regularly and get his way onto penalty duties.
Looking forward to live football commentary on the radio, and as I mentioned, you can listen live on the BBC Sounds app through the afternoon. Swindon Town versus Aldershot in the Emirates FA Cup first round, the world's greatest knockout competition. Mike Flynn, as you've already heard, loves it.
I love the FA Cup. You know, there's many memories. I've had some sad memories for different reasons, which I'll probably elaborate on in a bit. I've loved the FA Cup. Always used to love watching it in the house as a kid. Always remember the FA Cup final, 1995, Everton versus Manchester United. Paul Rideout scored. Matt Jackson put the cross in. It was the day my great uncle Ted died, who had a big influence on bringing me up. So it was a very sad day. Went round my friends, watched it, so watching the game, and then 5 years later, I'm playing with Matt Jackson at Wigan. So it's funny, it's magical, the FA Cup. We've had some unbelievable times at Newport. Even Walsall last year, got to play Leicester, which it's 1-1 at the minute between myself and Leicester. Beat them at Newport, lost to Walsall. So yeah, the FA Cup is magical. It can transform the fortunes of clubs. It can make the media interest explode, and that's worldwide. I've seen, with Newport County. It can get players' names highly on the map for big clubs. If they've got personal gains as well, which they should have. Within the team frame, every player should be aiming to play as high as they can. It gives memories to fans that they'll never forget. And it's a cup competition I love. We've played against Manchester City, Spurs, Leeds, Leicester, Middlesbrough, many more as well. I've had some very exciting days.
Is there anything in particular that you sort of do as a manager then, given that successful record? Is there something you try and add to cup games, or is it take each game as it comes?
No, I want to win every game. There's nothing extra I add to a cup game. Otherwise I'd be doing it every week in the league and we'd be promoted by December. But no, there's nothing extra. You've just got to focus their minds. One thing I have learned is never to underestimate the opposition, especially if they're lower down than you, because I've been on the other side where we've upset higher opposition. I've got full respect for Aldershot, how tough it'll be. We've done analysis, watched them, do the team meeting shortly with the players as well. So I definitely will not be underestimating Aldershot, and if any of those players do, they're going to have a rude awakening. And if they still don't wake up then I'm going to have to make them sit by me, because I do not want to be knocked out of the FA Cup first round.
And historically you haven't been?
No,
right?
I'm not going to say, because I don't want to jinx anything, but no, I haven't.
Every game and every goal.
BBC Radio Wiltshire.
The definitive pre-match interviews from the town boss Michael Flynn with BBC Radio Wiltshire's Andrew Hawes. Andrew, the stats back him up. He's done well in this competition.
Yeah, lots of sort of good runs to the third round, even when it wasn't going particularly well from at Walsall. He got them, again into the third round, and quite a decent fourth round tie, I think it was, with Leicester in the end. So you've heard him run through all those. I think playing Spurs and Manchester City in particular stands out. So for whatever reason, he has got a certain amount of nous with the cup. I'm sure in some of the earlier days at Newport, you can imagine a few higher division teams coming there and looking at the pitch and thinking about the Newport style of play and just sort of subsiding under that, but that hasn't applied in all those cases.
So we mentioned 3 changes in the starting lineup. The matchday squad allows 5 substitutes, so with the absence of Young, cup-tied, or not being allowed to become cup-tied, Hepburn Murphy we assume through injury, we've got Hart, Obodo and Alston as last week, and Fletcher Hubbard number 45, Harry Gray number 46. You saw them briefly at Reading in the EFL Trophy.
Yeah, no, Fletcher Hubbard's quite a sort of intriguing prospect, because he's not very big, but he's incredibly sort of positive on the ball in midfield. loves to sort of run at players, loves to attack, loves to commit players. So if he gets on, if I get the chance to get him on, or if he needs to come on, it'll be interesting to see how he can do in the more sort of physical atmosphere. And again, George Alston is quite sort of attack minded as well. So you've got players who played against Aldershot in the FA Youth Cup in midweek. Now they might get to play against the first team at the weekend.
I don't want to spend the whole afternoon trotting out cliches, but it must be Aldershot's cup final. They've got a hell of a following.
No, they're a side with decent history. Of course, they were in the Football League for a long spell until they went bust. We're going back into the early 90s then, and then they had to climb all the way up from the Isthmian League when there were 4 different divisions in the Isthmian League, so they had to win an absolute stack of promotions. They got back into the Football League, but that kind of sort of decent core level of support didn't leave them really when they reformed in 1992. It's not that far to come down the M4. They haven't had a good cup run for a few years, so I'm not particularly surprised to see so many here. And they took more than 1,000 to Dorking last weekend, and again that's even closer. That's only a sort of 15-minute hop down the road.
And Aldershot's current manager is Tommy Widrington. You may know him from Salisbury. You may know his son Kai is one of the pros on Strictly at present. Salisbury today, they're away to Strugglers Harrow in the Southern Premier. A win could put the Whites top of that table. Meanwhile, Swindon Superine, still without a win in the league, away to Basingstoke, the side that knocked them out of the FA Trophy last weekend. In Division 1 South, second place Bemerton, at home to top of the table Wimborne. 2 sides separated by just a point. Westbury host Strugglers, Poulton Rovers, Melksham are at Tavistock, both sides mid-table. Chippenham, of course, up the pyramid in National South. They post to Eastbourne this afternoon, and you can hear from manager Gary Horgan shortly. In the Premier League, goalless in the 12:30 kickoff. Manchester United manager Eric Ten Hag says the spirit in the squad is good, despite their worst start to the season in 61 years. They're away to Fulham this lunchtime, looking to avoid a 3rd successive defeat. From 3, Man City can go top with a win against Bournemouth. The other games kicking off at that time. Brentford take on West Ham at their community stadium. Burnley at home to Crystal Palace. Everton against Brighton at Goodison. Sheffield United versus Wolves at Bramall Lane. The late game, 5:30, is 6th versus 2nd. That is Newcastle against Arsenal. Let's move on to the cricket. England-Australia at the World Cup. Must-win match to avoid going out of the tournament mathematically. Australia put into bat, made 286. England, Johnny Bairstow out first ball. The latest on their reply, 54 for 2 in the 15th over. So they still need another 233 runs to win. 8 wickets remaining from 35 and a half overs. And even if they win, they'll be out if New Zealand beat Pakistan. That is a rain-affected match. In rugby union, England have beaten the world champions New Zealand. The women 33-12 to beat the world champions in Auckland earlier today, ending their current tournament as the only unbeaten team. Domestically, we've got Bath back in action this afternoon, and a couple of milestones as they play at Northampton. Tom Dunn on the brink of his 200th appearance after being named on the bench. He's ex-Chippenham, as is Max Ajomo, son of Steve, in the starting lineup at centre for what will be his 50th appearance in a Bath shirt. And in the ice hockey later, a couple of games north of the border for the Swindon Wildcats this weekend. They play the Solway Sharks. Face off tonight at 7.
Hi, I'm Rob Burrow, and I've got some exciting news. I'm hosting my own podcast, the first of its kind, presented by someone who speaks using an eye-gazing machine. It's a chance for me to showcase my personality and have some fun. The podcast is called 7 because that's the number I wore on my Leeds Rhino shirt.
Rob Burrow's got the pace. He'll dive underneath the post.
I'll interview 7 sporting legends and ask them 7 questions. And I'm delighted to announce we've got some really big sports stars involved, like the incredible footballer and manager Wayne Rooney. It's going to be great, so make sure you subscribe to my podcast series 7, available on the Total Sport podcast on BBC Sounds.
Also on BBC Sounds this afternoon, live football commentary from the county ground. Bit blowy at the moment. Swindon Town versus Aldershot for a place in tomorrow's second round draw. Ball number 13. It's around about 2:30 between the two prime time Sunday fixtures. Last night, of course, Sheppey took the lead against Walsall but lost 4-1. But Horsham have earned a replay 3-3. It finished at Barnsley. We'll keep tabs on potential upsets, hoping this is not one of them through the afternoon today on BBC Radio Wiltshire, the home of Swindon Town football commentaries. Updates on Chippenham as well. They play Eastbourne at Ardnewich Park in National South. Last time out, Gary Horgan's side, a 0-0 draw at Welling.
Yeah, absolutely. We were really pleased with a clean sheet in terms of the way we defended and and to use the cliche of us putting our bodies on the line. So made a lot of last-ditch tackles, but in terms of that, whilst that was pleasing, that as I say, we were able to come away with a point. What not necessarily was worrying was disappointing. The amount of chances we allowed up. That's been unlike us really this year a little bit. And it's probably the least effective we've been in possession this year. So strange how football works out, because the week before at home to St Albans we were really, really good and came away empty-handed, yet as I said, not as effective on the road and managed to come back with a point. So really, really pleased with a clean sheet, and I felt that, as I said, as a team we deserved it.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the league position, sort of a bit down past the halfway mark, it feels like we're kind of going through a similar process to what we did maybe last season, and there was the sort of surge at the end. I guess it's about trying to make that surge happen earlier this season maybe than later, isn't it?
Well, it'd be nice not to have any surge at all and maintain that throughout the season and really challenge at the right at the top end of the table. But we need to be realistic. We want to avoid having to rely on a surge at any stage really, and just find some consistency at least. The performances have been fairly consistent. We just haven't been able to get a consistency with the results. The league's tight. It was only speaking, just before the St Albans game. If we'd have won that, we'd have gone 3-4 points behind fourth and fifth place. So it's tight, but when it is tight, then like I said, you've got to put a bit of a run together to stay in involved. And similarly, if you lose a couple of games, it can quite conceivably look a completely different picture within a couple of weeks.
Home game this time against Eastbourne Borough. What do you expect from them?
Yeah, they're a good side. They're a full-time side for starters, and they've been improving and improved throughout the season so far, as you would expect. One, because they've been able to add to the group, so that they're improving in terms of the quality that they're able to put out, but they're also able to improve in terms of the time that spent working with a settled group, so to speak, that they're able to add to. So they've had some, certainly some good results of late. They're a good side. They play some good football. So it'll be a really tough game. We'll have to be again, at our best. I've said it, and many of the managers around the league have said it. That there are no easy games, but that no more is that true this year, because it's a really, really, really competitive league with a number of full-time sides in it as well. So, and these are just another one of those that maybe have that slight advantage in terms of, as I said, their status.
And looking at 7 games, is it, in November, and sort of thinking about the heavy weather we've had, and the pitches are going to be pretty heavy. That could take a toll on, lots of squads, I guess.
Yes, of course, and ours will be no different, and probably we're more challenged than most. Like I said, the full-time sides do have generally bigger squads, and as I said, they're able to maybe keep an eye on and manage recovery and things like that a little bit better and easier because of the amount of time that they're able to work with the players. So we'll be challenged, but we like that, and we know that, like I said, when we sign up to this, there are periods in the calendar where it's really, really busy. So certainly as players that they enjoy it anyway, and hopefully we can put a bit of a run together and as I said, find that little formula right about now.
And of course, this FA Cup first round weekend, we got to mention the Lincoln game, which was around this time last year. A year on, what are your thoughts on that achievement?
It took a couple of weeks to really put into perspective the magnitude of the win. For us, we went into that game, believe it or not, really, really confident that we could win it, certainly at home, in front of our fans, and they were brilliant on the day, as they always are. But we knew that, because of what Lincoln were bringing and the way that we could set up against them, we were really confident that we would win it. So, but then when you get afterwards, sort of match of the day and the like, ringing your phone, asking you to put lads forward for interviews or asking you to come to their studios to talk about it, it's probably then that you realise, as I said, outside of the four walls of the changing room, that it was a huge achievement and something that was great for the club and the town.
Lofted, looking for the header. Here's his Hanks, cheeky back flick, and Joe Hanks with a super goal just 2 minutes before the break. What an audacious little clip of the back heel from the throw-in, which was bobbling everywhere. Joe Hanks, little swerve, back heel, far corner. Jordan Wright couldn't get anywhere near it. And would you Adam and Eve it, Chippenham Town lead Lincoln City by a 1-0.
And that's the way it stayed. Commentary from Joel Holt. Before that, Gary Horgan talking to BBC Radio Wiltshire's Jonathan Fido After the interview, the Bluebirds announced the return of Tom Mayhew back at Hardinge Park from Havant to Waterlooville on a deal till 2025. Here at the County Ground, Michael Flynn is committed to 2026. We'll hear from the manager shortly after Gambian midfielder Seydou Khan, who's enjoying a tactical tweak this term.
Last season I was playing holding midfield by myself, and it gets easy for other teams to mark you if you're just in the same position. They'll just stand next to you and it's hard to get the ball. What we've done well this season is we've got a lot of players that could step in to the midfield. Like Fraser can do it, Tom Brewitt, Minnow, Clates, anyone that plays at the back is comfortable enough to step into midfield, and when they do step in, I use that as an opportunity to take their position. So it keeps the opponents second guessing of who to mark and when to mark you. As a player, I think it's easier for me to rotate with my teammates than just stay in the same position for the whole game.
An extended interview with Seydou Khan shortly. Of course, Andrew is going to miss out on Colchester away on Tuesday because of the 5 yellow cards.
Yes, he is. Of course, so that further stretches the Swindon squad a bit because the suspensions sort of stick within the competition. So no Khan on Tuesday. So that will require a little bit of further juggling for Mike Flynn. So yeah, so he can really. Bust a gut for 90 minutes and not have to worry too much about keeping anything back for Tuesday. And
that demonstration of the rotation you just talked about there, whether it's a 3 at the back or 4 at the back, they do all shuffle around. Most noticeably, we talked about Godwin Malife and Hutton at the start of the season, but Godwin Malife pushing forward a lot at the end of last weekend. Yeah, no, he sort of was more at the kind of base of the diamond, and his sort of strength certainly is. He does have, as we've seen, he does have the ability to sort of dart forward with the ball and drive forward in quite an attack-minded way for a central defender in particular, and arguably even for a defensive midfielder. So he's got that strength to offer to his game. It's just quite where he's going to be deployed today. Colchester away on Tuesday, as mentioned. Leaders Stockport here next Saturday afternoon. Harrogate away, which Khan and Tyree Shea will miss because of their international call-ups. Then Exeter, the dead rubber in the now Bristol Street Motors Trophy on the Tuesday. Mansfield at home. Andrew, they've lost at last, albeit to Port Vale in the League Cup this week. Yes, finally Mansfield have been beaten. It's been sort of a remarkable run across league and Football League Trophy and all competitions, but yeah, because Port Vale beat them in the playoff final, clearly the one team they have little time for, so that run has come to an end, but they've made a really sort of impressive start to the season. They're always sort of perennials, aren't they? They're never too far off the top 10, as they tend to have a healthy budget, but you saw the way they won at Notts County, which was very sort of clever and very convincing. I think predicting it's been Mansfield's year before has been the downfall of many, including David Flitcroft, but maybe this time it will be. And then Accrington away on a Tuesday night, and then FA Cup second round weekend at the start of December. Swindon Town are of course hoping to be there, but that's not been a regular occurrence over the past 10 years or so. More on that stat soon, but now manager Michael Flynn committing himself to the county ground, an extended deal till the summer of 2026.
I think, the way that things are going, from me, so I'll try and give it from both sides. From my point of view, I can see the direction in the club want to go, and I'm excited by it. Yes, there's been, a few bumps in the road over the last, 5-6 years, whatever. I know it's been historically longer than that, but I'm just talking about recent times. The Anthony coming in as CEO, working with Jamie Russell, constantly on the phone to Clem, and him coming over in December. I think that we're all on the same page, and I do think that the club is going to go in the right direction. And for me, it's I'm very appreciative of the club to do this at this time, but it also shows that they're thinking longer term as well. And for me, that is that's one of the key components that gives you success in the end. You don't just have success by chopping and changing managers or teams or CEOs, because it's got to be steady off the pitch as well. And yes, it's not going to all be plain sailing just because I signed a new contract, but I know that we're all on the same page in order to get to where we want to be, and that is out of League Two.
obviously some fans worried about how competitive your budget is just because you've been sort of looking to sign free agents and so forth, and that hasn't happened. And I think you've talked a bit about kind of Wrexham upping the scale a bit. So I assume you wouldn't sign a new contract unless you thought you were going to get a budget that can get you out of League Two.
I wouldn't assume anything, because assumption is
makes an ass of you and me.
Yeah, it does. I try not to assume things. I just think that the players we have here, added with a few more, I think can give us a real good chance of not just having a go this season, but building something that can help us for the following seasons. There's a few players here, even certain ones that were here when I came in, that won't be in my plans, and we've got to phase that out and use the money, etc., to get the players in you want. But that's never happened in one window where you've been able to do it. You need 3 or 4 windows to get the team that you really want. And obviously, of course, unless you've got endless pot of money where you can just go out and buy everything you want. So we're not in that bracket, but we're in a bracket that we know the areas that we want to improve on, and the areas we think will give us a good opportunity to progress.
I know what I want. I've done a list. I've contacted teams already, managers, clubs, some of them. I know what we want. Whether we get them or not, it's not just going to be down to, like I said in the summer, it's not just going to be down to finances. It's do players want to come down to League Two? Do players want to move down this part of the country? Are the wages right? Anybody else come in from? There's loads of different factors that we're going to have to factor in. But I'm on the front foot, and I've identified quite a few targets that I would like, and hopefully we get a few of them.
Michael Flynn, Andrew Hawes, and a nod to Oscar Wilde on BBC Radio Wiltshire.
BBC Radio Wiltshire.
Just 35 minutes till kick-off.
Approaching full-time in the Premier League, Fulham 0, Manchester United 1, a 91st minute goal from Bruno Fernandes at Craven Cottage that maybe will ease the pressure on Eric Ten Hag. Here the sun has come out, the players are out warming up. Swindon Town versus Aldershot on the radio and on BBC Sounds this afternoon. The FA Cup first round. Midfielder Seydou Khan knows all about the magic of the competition.
For Chesterfield, like you said, we played against Chelsea, and at Maidstone, I think we drew Blackpool away. So for a National League South team, it was a big draw, and then obviously Chesterfield, Chelsea, hoping to do the same again this season.
And Swindon had Manchester City a couple of years ago, and it's kind of like the world descends on you for 72 hours and then it disappears. So is that kind of something you talk about? You talk about this stage, getting to the third round, doing that, what it can do for the club, what it can do for individual players.
We don't really talk about it. I think it's just FA Cup is magical, isn't it? So you just take every game by game, and Aldershot coming here for some of their boys, when I was in their shoes, coming to Swindon would be a big game. So I think from their point of view, they're looking at it like that, and from our point of view, we're looking forward. So we've got to go past them first to then think about playing the big boys. I mean, playing the big boys is the ultimate aim of the game, but it's not a given. You can't just go and draw Man City. You got to earn it, and we're prepared to do that.
So when you were with kind of Maidstone and so on, what was your sort of mindset like then? Did you feel as a team you sort of lifted your game? Did it have a sort of impact on you being that kind of underdog?
Yeah, it was like a cup final when I was at Maidstone. Every FA Cup game, I think we played against Torquay first, and at that time that was the biggest team I played against in a competitive match. So from Torquay, I was already buzzing, and Blackpool was a bonus on top. But yeah, it's like a cup final for everyone. If you don't win, you're out of it. And if you win, you get to the next stage. So every game is as important as the next.
Where do you feel you are as a team? You've had that great start, but the results have kind of tailed off a bit.
As a team, we're in a good position. The mindset of the players is still top. It's still got the same mindset from when we were winning games, nine games unbeaten, to now. If you want to go and achieve something as a team, you can't let the good times take you too high, and the bad times, if you want to say that, bring you too down. I think you just got to be level-headed. It's like I said before, it's a long season, and the league is not won now or lost. So we've still got a long time to go. We've still got a lot of games to get back to our feet, and that's what we're aiming to do. We're working hard in training every day, and the results will come. I don't think we're panicking. I don't think the gaffer's panicking. It's putting a good work in place, and all the players are on board with it. So I think we just got to keep on doing what we're doing.
Another call up for Gambia for you. How hopeful are you? This can be the time where you can get the elusive first cap.
Yeah, I'm excited. Every call up I get feels like the first one ever. I'm looking forward to it, and I think because it's World Cup qualifiers and we've already qualified for the AFCON, I think I'll get the opportunity to play. Hopefully I do. That's the aim of every player. When you get called up for your national team, you want to put on the shirt and show the country what you can do. And I'm working hard to get that opportunity, and when I do get it, then I want to give it my best shot.
What sort of challenge do you think you've got to make the final AFCON squad and experience the tournament?
I don't look that far ahead. I think if as a player, if you're doing what you need to do and control what you can control, because all I can control is my performances, how I train, what I eat, how I sleep. So my everyday routine, be on top of it, play for Swindon and perform. And if I do, then I get my opportunity. And if I don't, then I don't. But in my head, I'm not going to look that far ahead. I'm just going to focus on what I'm doing day by day, because that's what I've done before I got the first call up, and it seems like it's working. So I'm going to keep on doing that.
Are there areas of your game in particular that you feel have developed this season?
Yeah, I think more about my discipline. It's more mental stuff. Last season I got carried away by emotions a lot, because I want to win every game and I want to perform and I want to get the best. I want to beat my opponent, you know what I mean? And when it gets tense, last season it got very tense and I got bookings a lot. This season I've learned to just, like I said again, control what I can control. The referee's decision is the referee's decision, I can't change it. So my reactions is what I can control, and that's what I'm going to keep on doing.
I'm sure it's still difficult when you feel an injustice has been done to you by the officials.
Yeah, it's very hard. When you feel like the referee's got it wrong, you wanna lash out and shout and scream. But I got booked for slapping the ground against Bradford. I didn't aim my anger at the referee or a player or anyone. It was within myself, and I still got booked for it. So that was a learning curve. I think now you just gotta keep everything in. Obviously, when I get home, then I can punch the pillow and get angry. But on the pitch, I just gotta learn to keep it in.
Manager's about to extend his deal. So what sort of impact has he had since he came in, and how important is that for you as a group of players to have an extra bit of stability with regard to him?
Yeah, this is news to me. I didn't know until he just mentioned it now, and I think it shows how the manager works. He didn't tell us he's getting a new deal. I think because he just wants everyone to just focus on what they're doing, and it's amazing if you can have him for longer than he was expected to be here, because when he's come in, he's made everyone feel at ease, comfortable and confident in playing his style of football. And I think the longer we have him, the better we'll get, and the better understanding we'll have of him and how he wants us to play. We already understand him a lot and how he wants us to play, but it can only get better, innit?
Seydou Khan welcoming the continuation of Michael Flynn's contract as manager to the summer of 2026. Now back to the FA Cup today, Andrew. Swindon Town have lost each of their last 4 home games in the competition. 2 of those defeats against non-league opponents. 1-0 Woking, 2-1 Darlington. Dismal scorelines.
Yes, the Darlington one was in the COVID season, so no one really had to watch it, but that was a sort of strange game that Swindon generally had the better of, and Darlington took their opportunities, and the winner was one of those slightly bizarre deflected goals where the goalkeeper is scrambling to try and get back and doesn't and doesn't quite do so. And the Woking game here, I think Swindon were sort of fairly early in Richie Whellan's tenure, wasn't it? It was still experimenting. I think Sol Price played and so on, and Woking got their lead from Jake Hyde, who started at Swindon, and then they just sort of ground it out and defended very well. And those are a couple of National League North and National League South teams. So the gap does exist between the Football League and the National League, but we know it's not the biggest.
The other games in that cycle: Cheltenham, we are lost here after drawing away, and of course Manchester City. We talked through the archives and played some FA Cup commentary on the radio last night. You find it on BBC Sounds, Sport at 6, a new twice-weekly magazine show every Monday and Friday evening. Phil Smith is here. Phil, my other Opta stat, as a non-league side, Aldershot have won just one of their 17 FA Cup ties against Football League opponents. They beat Portsmouth 1-0 in a first-round replay, November 2014. I read the match report this morning on the BBC Sport website. Smith made a brilliant save from a volley early doors.
Yeah. My left knee gave way and I fell down. And to be honest, actually it wasn't a bad save. It was a great. We had a good start to the season that year, and we went away. We got Portsmouth in the cup, which was good for me because I just left Portsmouth, so that was a nice little touch to go back there, and it was nice to go back. I got a little ovation when I turned up and so that was nice. But we played really well down at Fratton Park, and could have gone away with a win on the first day, but they got an equaliser, it was, and then they brought them back to Aldershot, and we had a good go at them, and they didn't really offer too much on the day, and it was a great day for us all. Macca was on the bench for Portsmouth as well. He was part of the coaching staff, Alan McLaughlin, so it was a nice day for us, and for me especially after just leaving Portsmouth the season before and having a good game. It was a good day.
His town end, named in his honour, is filling up steadily. What about the mentality then, Phil, in both dressing rooms actually, as the big fish or the minnow?
Well, ideally Swindon don't want to be coming into this game on the form that they've got, because they are expected to win, make no bones about it, and they're expected to have a performance today. So the pressure is all on them really, and that you're always going to have that when you're in the league above, no matter what league it is or where the other team are coming from. And then Aldershot, they're going to be positive. They're going to see the history. They're going to see there's a chance of a cup run. It's a great pitch to play on. They've had some good results recently. The new manager's come in and has got them playing well. So they'll be confident, and they can't really lose, and that mentality gives you a boost. And obviously a lot of players will be wanting to show what they can do.
BBC Radio Wiltshire, the home of Swindon Town football commentaries, every game and every goal on this frequency, on the BBC Sounds app this afternoon as well. Andrew, we've been on there for half an hour, not yet talked about free agents. There was a lot of speculation around Ryan Edwards just after the transfer window closed in the summer. Williams Kikolo's name has now emerged on social media this week. Yeah, no, he's been training with the club. He's a French left back who started at Monaco. I think he was at Middlesbrough for a while. His most recent sort of football stop was Burton. He's played a little bit with them, but he's sort of young. He's without a club, and he's looking for that way back into the game, I guess. Let's hear what manager Michael Flynn has had to say about his prospective arrival.
William's in with us. I'm fully aware of the things on social media and in the reports of what he got accused of. I'm also fully aware that he got acquitted by a court of law in 2.5 hours, which is quite, I would say, conclusive. I've spoken to a lot of people who have worked with him and know him, and he's here on trial.
You'll understand, despite the fact that he's gone through the court process, been acquitted, that there will be a number of fans who will feel uncomfortable with that.
Look, there's loads of things I can start going into different. I could talk about politics and everything. In terms of. That's what we are, a democracy. There was a jury that found him not guilty. Obviously, I don't condone
Rape. Let's, like get the elephant out there. I don't condone rape. It's a disgusting. It's a disgusting crime, and I could firmly say that if he had been charged, that he wouldn't be here, or found guilty, that he wouldn't be here. So I've got to be very, very mindful of the victims out there who haven't had justice, but also on the flip side of the coin, there's been a lot of people who have had their names tarnished due to false claims. Now I'm saying false claims because they've been cleared by a court of law. So look, I understand it. I don't always have the same views as other people, and vice versa. But the bottom line is he was cleared by a court of law. So I'm not in any position to argue with a court of law. I don't even like getting speeding tickets.
And he's just sort of training with you at the moment. There's not a contract on the table, or
no, he's just training with us at the moment. Like I said, I'm thoroughly doing my background checks, and I do understand the fragileness of this. There's my reputation, there's the club's reputation, there's the fans, which are the heart and soul of this football club, that we've got to take into consideration. But also we've got to remember that it's a young man with a family who has been acquitted and found not guilty. And the last time, the way I was brought up, you're innocent until proven guilty. Times have changed these days with social media. You're guilty until proven innocent, and then you're still guilty. So it's a bit of a tough world we live in at the moment.
BBC Radio Wiltshire.
Just 20 minutes till kick-off.
Watch this space, listen to this channel for more details on that story. BBC Radio Wiltshire, FA Cup football today on the radio and on the Sounds app. You can listen live, Swindon Town versus Aldershot. It's finished in the Premier League. Manchester United have won by a 91st minute goal. Bruno Fernandes scoring against Fulham. Fulham 0, Manchester United 1. Earlier in the WSL, Aston Villa 0, Chelsea 6. National South action this afternoon, Chippenham versus Eastbourne Borough. In the Southern Premier, Supermarine away to Basingstoke. Salisbury on the road to Harrow Borough. Half of full-time scores here. And from Division 1 South, Bemerton Heath Harlequins second, home to the leaders Wimborne. Melksham away to Tavistock, and Westbury against Poulton at Meadow Lane. Quick check on the cricket, by the way. Australia have been put into battle out for 286 against England in the World Cup, the 50-over competition. England in reply 102 for 2 now. Still need another 185 runs to win from 28 overs near enough. 8 wickets remaining. Milan and Stokes are, as they say, steadying the ship. Right, let's talk about international football for Swindon Town and the absence for Michael Flynn of Seydou Khan and Tyree Shade later this month.
I think it's a bit of a bit bittersweet. I am pleased for him. It's a massive honour for them to represent their country. For me, I could do without it. That's me being selfish. Like I said, I'm proud of him. It's good for the football club as well, that we got international players. But the fact that we're going to miss 2 players who have been starting regular lately against Harrogate is not ideal.
Tyree Shade back with St Kitts and Nevis after missing out on the last international round. They've got CONCACAF Nations League games coming up against St Lucia and Guadeloupe. For Khan, of course, he's been an unused sub in their AFCON qualification campaign. Now they're looking forward to the 2026 World Cup. They have games away against Burundi and home to the Ivory Coast. He's also already looking forward to the Africa Cup of Nations in the new year, where Gambia have been grouped with Senegal and Sadio Mane.
To be fair, I thought they claimed this shirt because my friend Sheikh Kouyaté is a captain for Senegal national team, and as soon as the draw came out, I messaged him asking for Sadio Mane's shirt and his shirt, and it's already promised me yet. So that's already lined up. If I get a call up, then I'm going to come back with Sadio Mane's shirt. It's amazing that we're playing against Senegal because Gambia is inside of Senegal, and remember back in the day when I was young, every time Gambia played against Senegal, it was a big rival. All the shops in Gambia was closed, and at the time in Gambia, most of the shops were owned by Senegalese. So when Senegal beat us, we go out as young boys to riot, go to the shops and start screaming our abusive language. And I think it's good. There's a lot of history there. I've got family in Senegal as well, so it'd be good to beat them.
To be honest, I wasn't quite so aware of the rivalry between Gambia and Senegal. A forced change, of course, on Tuesday night. Seydou Khan absent because of his 5 yellow cards. Tom Brewitt, likewise, has now served his suspension, having a concussion at the same time. But Fraser Blake Tracy, Romeo Hutton are still on 4 cautions, and it's a little while till they reach the deadline. Today, Swindon Town have got Tom Brewitt back in the starting lineup. Dan Kemp is back in the starting lineup, and Harrison Minturn too. Tom Clayton is amongst the substitutes, likewise Liam Kinsella, and Rushan Hepburn-Murphy is absent through injury, we understand, and Jake Young ineligible. Presumably that's a ruling from his parent club Bradford. Of course, he is the fastest Swindon Town player to 10 goals since Charlie Austin.
Well, if he took all his chances, he would have been the fastest player to 20 goals, I think, in the whole of last century. So, yeah, it's great for Jake on a personal level, but I'd much rather us not drop the points we've dropped in the league and being solid, because points are hard to get. And yes, personal accolades are good because it shows that predominantly the team's doing well, unless you're obviously winning, the goalkeeper winning man of the match every week. That is kind of worrying. But yeah, pleased for Jake, but means nothing in terms of the bigger scale, because the team is always more important than the individual, and that's something that'll stay with me until I am 6 feet under.
Michael Flynn on Jake Young, who is ineligible. Rushan Hepburn-Murphy injured. Jake Wakeling went a long time ago. Andrew, I suppose the formation today sort of starts perhaps with who plays up front alongside Charlie Austin. Is it Kemp or Shade, I guess, are the contenders? Yeah,
I think it has to. If you put Shade up front with Austin, then the rest of the pieces do fall into place for the formation that Mike Flynn prefers. It allows him to play his sort of strongest midfield, really, of McEachran, Khan and Kemp. It would have involved Blake Tracy moving to left back, which we know he's fairly comfortable doing. So, you know, the majority of the games they played, they started with the system where, you know, Kemp is in behind the front two and they've got the 3 central defenders. The most likely thing you would think is they're going to revert to it, but we shall see. I suppose the only question is how much time they will have had to potentially work on Shade playing up front, because, you know, Bradford have lots of things on their minds, like appointing a new manager for a start. So you wonder how important it's been for them to make a decision on whether Jake Young can play or not.
And Phil, the issue of 3 or 4 at the back, actually, Michael Flynn talking after MK Dons, the 3-2 defeat last weekend, says it was, I think the main word I wrote down in capitals was tempo. We just didn't have the normal tempo.
Yeah, and that is sort of a running pattern. I think when Swindon do struggle where the game's quite slow and quite, you know, lethargic, then they do struggle, you know. So they're going to need to move around quickly, and what we do see, I think, with the back 4, back 5 or 3, whatever you want to call it, it rarely stays like that either. It's never really a rigid defence. There's movement, lots of movement everywhere. You know, obviously Blake Tracy likes to explore, you know, every inch of the pitch in the game, and you know, so there's that to it as well. So like you say, though, I think the pace needs to be high, and really get at Aldershot early doors, just to sort of settle everything down and you know, keep people active, keep people enthralled in the game.
So Brewitt starts, Minturn starts, Kemp starts, Hepburn-Murphy is injured, Clayton and Kinsella on the bench alongside Lewis Ward, Genesini, Hart, Hubbard, Gray, Alston, and number 41, 16-year-old striker Miles Obodo, who I guess is next in the pecking order amongst the attacking options. He returned to play for the under-18s for the first time in a month this week. They also beat Aldershot, ironically, 1-0 away in the FA Youth Cup first round.
I think as a player, one of my big attributes is obviously my strength, my physical attributes. So I think going back down with the 18s, I'm able to utilise those a lot more when you go into, what I'd call the elite men's game, where there's men that have been playing a lot longer than I have. It's harder to use your physical attributes. As a 16-year-old, I'd say I'm quite ahead, but I'm not obviously ahead of the men. So I have to rely on other sources, whether that be my technical ability or my shooting ability, to try and avoid those physical battles. So I think playing with the first team, as I said, you have to rely on other resources. But playing back with the 18s, I just took what I'd learned playing with the first team. Speaking to the likes of Charlie Austin, who's played at the highest level in British football. So I took what he's told me on board, what the gaffers told me, and took that on board, and I tried to implement it to my game. As I said, it wasn't a game which was going to be goals galore, but I definitely feel like I was able to hold the ball at times. I think I haven't played with the boys for a while, but I think coming up to 4 weeks now, so the chemistry was a little bit low because we haven't played with each other. But when the chemistry's high, I definitely think that I can really implement the things that I've learned with the first team. And when I come back to the 18s, I definitely think that it will help me get many, many goals and just really, really push on my career in youth football.
I'm not asking for trade secrets, but you mentioned Charlie Austin is influencing your profile in the Matchday magazine a little while ago. What kind of things are you learning from him? Because you're right, he's been there, done it, worn the t-shirt for England near enough.
Yeah. He's a great guy off the pitch. He's a great, really humble person, and he's really helpful. Not only from a footballing aspect, but also from a psychological aspect. As footballers, it's not just what goes on the field; it's also what goes on off of the field. And he's, told me about the psychological battles that a footballer will face. Not so much himself, but what a footballer will face. But then in terms of on the pitch, just like, particular situations, whether it's a one-on-one or deciding whether to shoot or cut it back, when to be selfish, when not to be, and just things that are only gonna better me, to be honest. So I think learning from him is only pushing me in one direction, which is up. It's great to learn from someone like him.
A quick word on what I think is now the Bristol Street Motors Trophy, the EFL Trophy. What are your memories of Arsenal as a debut and then Reading as a full debut?
I think it's been a big, quick progression for me, coming back from injury and then having to work really, really hard before pre-season even started, and then even picking up again in pre-season and working really hard, coming in as almost an underdog where everyone's had that full season and they've really been playing a lot. So for me to come into it, back into the squad after 7.5 months out, it was really hard, mentally, physically, to get back up to scratch. And I remember, I think it was a Newport game on the weekend. I played well, and then I got the call up for that game on the Tuesday, which was was a great feeling because you could feel my hard work starting to pay off. So to even get on the bench was amazing, and then to get the call up to come onto the pitch makes it just 10 times better, makes the whole thing 10 times better. So it was a different experience for me. It was very different. There was over 3,500 fans there, so it definitely beats just having your parents and your friends' parents in the park. It was a great experience. But then we had Reading, and that was a whole 100 minutes. It was definitely a blowout for me against, it's whether you want to say it or not, they're championship level players, all of them. Very, very high level. Unfortunately, the management of the team, of that squad, makes them League One, but the level of the players, take nothing away from it, they're very high quality. So for me as a 16-year-old boy who's come from grassroots to play amongst these kind of players, it was definitely hard. But again, looking away from the score, obviously it's not great, but for me on a personal note, it's all about progressing and learning and improving my craft as a 16-year-old boy. So, we lost, but I took a lot away from the game, and I think that, as I get older, I'm going to be able to collect so much experience that I can hopefully one day be the complete article, if you like.
An exclusive interview with Miles Abodo on BBC Radio Wiltshire, talking about the EFL Trophy, talking about the FA Youth Cup, where Swindon Town will next play host to Newport or Wimborne in the second round, depending on the result of their first round tie this coming week. It's the FA Cup proper today, standing by for Swindon Town versus Aldershot on BBC Radio Wiltshire. Listen live on BBC Sounds as well. Last word from manager Michael Flynn on their non-league opponents.
We've looked the way we've looked. They have scored a lot of goals. They've conceded a lot of goals, which says they're entertaining. Probably quite similar to us in that respect. So I just hope it's not a 0-0 draw and a replay on a Tuesday night then in Aldershot. I know they'll be buzzing with that because it's income for them. But look, I want us to take, well, we are taking it very, very seriously. I'm under no illusion that if we take our foot off the gas, it's going to be a tough afternoon. And the players are as well. So it's no player in particular. It's about the occasion, the mindset of the players and the professionalism, and if we get all that right and perform to the best of our ability, I'm sure that we will go through. If we don't, anything can happen, and that is the beauty of the FA Cup.
Where do you feel you're at as a team at the moment? Where do you sort of assess the level of performance, if you like?
Where are we at? I think we're playing some unbelievable football. We're a little bit too easy to score against in terms of I think we switch off at times at key moments of games, and I think we just need to be more clinical in both boxes. You know, the build-up play, opportunities, the amount of crosses we're putting in per game, the highest I've been involved in. The exciting football, but some of the lapses has not been very good, and you know, that definitely needs improving, and if it doesn't, I will be trying to bring in the right characters to do that in January.
And do you feel those kind of lapses are broadly curable, if you like?
Yes, they're curable because they're different ones. It's not like somebody's doing the same mistake in the same situation. They're curable, but it's down to the players to switch on. You know, especially you look at Salford, 95 minutes against 10 men. We drop 30 yards deeper than we've been all game, where we've controlled the game. They take off their target man. We don't clear the. It was a catalogue of errors. It was about 5 or 6 mistakes that led to that goal. So it's just stop at the source. You know, if they've got a big target man, stop the delivery into it. That nullifies it, yeah. If they've got a tricky winger who loves to come inside, show him outside. I know it's quite. You probably think, yeah, we know this, but it is basic. They say football is an easy game. It's just the people in the middle that keep complicating it.
Swindon Town boss Michael Flynn on BBC Radio Wiltshire. The subs are out, 7 of them filling the back row of the dugout, and there are still 2 more to accommodate somewhere. There might be some kind of overflow. 9 substitutes, of course, in the FA Cup. Aldershot only having 8 on their bench. In between, in the tunnel, the second of the assistants has arrived, so referee Carl Brook now leads out the 2 teams. Walking past me now, skipper Charlie Austin, followed by Murphy Mahoney. Swindon Town Green just touching the turf. Tom Brewitt's back in the side today. Harrison Minton alongside him in the heart of defence. Fraser Bake-Tracy, number 5, what role for him today? Then George McEachran, Udoka Godwin Malife, Romeo Hutton, Tyree Shade this week restored to the St Kitts and Nevis international squad. Dan Kemp being allowed to play by MK Dons, and Seydou Khan at the rear. He will miss Tuesday night's trip to Colchester because of 5 yellow cards. Every game and every goal on BBC Radio Wiltshire. It's the magic of the FA Cup today, a first round tie, placed in tomorrow's second round draw at stake. Swindon Town haven't had a good record till Manchester City, but even 12 months ago, a 4-0 defeat at Stockport, after which head coach Scott Lindsay immediately issued an apology for the performance. But things have moved on, things have moved upwards, and there's more continuity with Michael Flynn this week committing till 2026. He is here in the dugout with Wayne Hatswell alongside him, Steve Mildenall there as well. This is BBC Radio Wiltshire, the home of Swindon Town football commentaries today, with Phil Smith alongside Andrew Hawes.
Yep, Swindon have something of a shop of horrors in the FA Cup in recent years, by that memorable night out with Manchester City. They fear it. Michael Flynn relishes it, as it made a big part of his managerial name, with high-profile ties for Newport against Tottenham and Manchester City. As for Aldershot, they haven't had a great deal of fun with it. It's been the first time for a few years that they've made the first round, and the last time they beat a league side, you have to go back to 2014, as we were discussing earlier, when Phil Smith, who's our summariser this afternoon, was in goal for Aldershot as they knocked out Portsmouth in an all-Hampshire contest. Swindon have made a few changes. Mahoney in goal. We think this is how they'll line up, but we do wait to see because there are different options. A back three of Godwin, Malife, Brewitt and Minturn, Hutton and Blake Tracy the wing backs, McEachran, Khan and Kemp in midfield, and that would leave Austin and Shade up front. Young not allowed to play by Bradford, no sign of Rashawn Hepburn-Murphy. Swindon have 9 subs in Lewis Ward, Tom Clayton, Brooklyn Genesini, Liam Kinsella, and then it's teenagers in defender Sonny Hart, striker Miles Abodo, Fletcher Hubbard, Harry Gray and George Alston. Aldershot, we think, will play the same formation as Swindon effectively, with Jordi van Stappershoff, the giant Dutchman, in goal. Haji Manoka, former Swindon player, Cian Harris and Ollie Harfield, the 3 central defenders. Aaron Jones and Ryan Glover, the wing backs. Theo Widrington, Tyler Frost in midfield. Josh Stokes a little further forward, the top league scorer. And then Swiss striker Laurent Tollard, partnered by Jack Barham. Their subs are 18-year-old goalkeeper Jason Shake, Kobe Rowe, who Swindon will know from Sutton last year, Joe Haig, Maxwell Mullins, Tommy Millard, Ollie Turner, Dayan Tetek and Kwame Thomas. Carl Brook is our referee, so Phil, you've been on both sides of the coin, the hunter and the hunted, but we think both sides are going to try and attack here, looking at their score lines throughout the season.
Yeah, and like I was saying earlier, I think it's essential that's what Swindon do. They need to hit the ground running, they need to get at Aldershot. I think if they start the way that they did against MK Dons, then it's going to be a long afternoon for them and a nervy afternoon. Not saying that they won't get the result, but I think if they can come out the traps, they can be quick, they can be sharp, they can get the ball up to the forward men quickly and support them, then by all means I think they should get through this afternoon with a decent result. That being said, any kind of slip, any kind of carrot given to Aldershot, then I think it's going to make it more difficult, obviously, in the afternoon, because they've been doing okay. So, you know, in the balance, I think this one.
So it's more than a decade since Aldershot were last here, and good afternoon to any Aldershot listeners joining us on BBC Sounds as well. We'll look after you. Aldershot about to play from left to right in the change kit of the white shirts with the light blue stripes, black shorts and white socks. It's a little bit like Argentina 78, and Swindon all in red, and they go straight back to the goalkeeper Van Stappershoff. And here is Cian Harris, the defender who was at Swindon last season, who dribbled his way past Kemp and plays an early ball forward. And Hutton, who's already slotted in at left back, heads it away. And here Aldershot just outside the box for the low ball into the box from Glover, and the visitors score inside the first 30 seconds of this FA Cup tie. Jack Barham, I think, has swept it home, and Swindon are behind before they've even touched the ball against the non-leaguers. Swindon 0, Aldershot 1.
Absolutely disastrous start really there, and we've not really done anything. Aldershot, I mean, again, when we go back to how they've been in previous weeks, so much space and time for Aldershot, the ball up to the front man, no one winning the header, nobody near the knockdowns, and then a couple of little passes in there, no one getting tight, a little cross into the box, and again, nobody near anybody in the box, and just slots it past Mahoney. Disastrous start. Swindon haven't even got started really. I feel like they're even still doing a warm-up. But that is exactly what they didn't want, and Aldershot will be buzzing now, and it's going to be a very difficult afternoon going forward.
So we'll kick off for the second time. This time it's Swindon's turn, trailing 1-0. Like I say, that defence is not quite what we expected, with Hutton out on the left-hand side, and it looked from a Swindon perspective disorganised, I think, Phil. We can say already as McEachran lays the ball off down the left-hand side, and Aldershot suddenly have freedom in the middle here, and this is played forward to Tyler Frost, who shoots from just outside the penalty area straight into the chest of Mahoney. 1-0 Aldershot lead already.
Again, straight away, gaps in between the defenders. There's like the back, three where Minturn is on the right hand side, and Brewitt and Blake Tracy, Brewitt in the middle and Blake Tracy on the left, but the gaps in between Blake Tracy and Brewitt are massive again, and just a lot of space in the middle then for the Aldershot forward to a bit of time, have a touch. Fortunately for us, the strike wasn't that great, and it was straight at Mahoney into his mid-drift. But after the start that they've had, you'd think you'd go and win a header or go and stamp your authority, but it hasn't happened just as yet.
So Aldershot 1-0 up here. 1,200 fans of theirs in support. They sold out the section of the John Trollope stand away to the left. I'm sure they could have got more fans onto the bank here. So Swindon have got a back four, it looks like, with Minturn at right back. Shade is certainly playing up front at the moment, but they have not settled. Aldershot have. Barham with the goal, And they lead 1-0 as Blake Tracy plays the ball forward and straight out of play. And they just look as if they're sort of blinking a little bit, Swindon, and a bit taken aback by what Aldershot have hit them with.
Yeah, it looked like they've been sucker punched and they're sort of dazed a little bit. And Blake Tracy's on the ball there in the middle, and he's got really no options. He's trying to go back to Mahoney. No one really doing anything. Still being harried by the Aldershot centre forward, Stokes, and no one really doing anything. And this is where you need someone to really grab everybody.
And Mahoney has come out of his goal here, and he's in trouble as Aldershot try and clip the ball in, and there's an attempted and a vicious lob, and Aldershot have scored again through Barham out on the left side of the penalty area. It is 2 goals in the opening 3.5 minutes. 1,200 Aldershot fans and the Swindon crowd cannot believe what they are seeing. Swindon 0, Aldershot 2.
Well, I mean, he's been caught a couple of times, coming out, but I don't think you can sort of say anything about that one. Mahoney's come out to deal with the ball, but a long ball over the top onto the right-hand side of the 18-yard box in Swindon. And as it's come in, it's just sort of checked the bounce, and it's just got caught a little bit, but the Aldershot centre forward has just got his toe in there to take it around him. And whereas we saw it a few weeks ago where the lad sort of had a nosebleed for an open goal, this lad, he had complete composure there, right on near the touchline, outside the 18-yard box, and he's just, Mahoney's out of his goal, no one in the net, and he's just lifted it over him and put it into the far post. Fantastic finish, but I mean, an absolutely dreadful start for Swindon so far.
Yeah, got to give Barham credit for the finish. He's down by the byline. Once Mahoney's out and exposed, he's just lobbed him from a fairly tight angle on the left side of the penalty area. Only brought in today, Barham. He's not been a particularly regular starter for Aldershot. He's kind of been in and out the side, and he's scored twice inside the opening 4 minutes here. We haven't got the kick-off ready because Swindon have a man down. McEachran looks like he's gone down inside the penalty area, and Swindon are all over the place with this revised and curious looking defence, and Aldershot have taken advantage, and they are in a brilliant position already, just minutes into this FA Cup tie. Swindon 0, Aldershot 2.
Yeah, and I can't really say what's happened there to McEachran. I think as the goal's gone in, it's just turned around and he's gone down holding his head, so I'm not really quite sure what's going on there, but it's exactly what you don't want, and it's exactly kind of what happened when we see him play and we see the holes that are there and the gaps that are there, but we've got away with it for quite a long time, I think. But in the first 2 chances that Aldershot have had, where Swindon haven't been authoritative at the back, they haven't been at the races, as it were, and they've been punished twice, and not from a team that you'd expect. You'd expect it from teams on a Saturday in the league, teams flying high, but you wouldn't expect it from the team below. But they've absolutely punished Swindon, and you could argue that they could probably have 3, because in the second shot, although it was a tame shot, he had plenty of time to shoot. On another day, that could be 3-0. So Swindon, and you think after the first goal, maybe a little bit of a reaction from Swindon, but they got caught out again, and yeah, I can imagine the manager's not going to be very happy. But this is where you want your leaders, and this is where you want someone to grab everybody. Everyone's standing around the pitch, they're nowhere near each other, no one pulling each other in and saying, listen, we've got a long way to go in the game yet, we've got to get back in it as quickly as possible. There's a bit of concern obviously for the player down, but no one's around him checking if he's all right. And no one's really talking to anybody, just sort of in their positions waiting to start the game, and that's what I don't really like to see. I want someone to grab everyone and sort of give them a lift and sort of say, we got to do something about this, because it's going to be a long afternoon for us.
Swindon currently dazed, literally in McEachran's case, figuratively in everyone else's, and confused. Swindon 0, Aldershot 2 already. But that McEachran injury, although he is up and walking off, has got. So let's see how Swindon try and kind of line up here. And just in terms of the tactical formation from their perspective, I don't think it was what we expected. We'll see if they're going to play more with the sort of 3 at the back here. So Swindon kick off here, 2-0 down to Aldershot, who've been scoring plenty of goals, by and large winning games, bar their defeat against Dorking Wanderers last week. They picked up 4 wins in a row, beating Lewis comfortably to set up this tie, and Swindon just trying to get some forward movement going, but Blake Tracy plays the ball forward. Harris lamps it away, and Barham, the predator in chief of the day, wins ahead here. But Aldershot can settle down. It feels like they can dictate the tempo of the game already.
Yeah, and there's still no reaction from Swindon, and Blake Tracy had the ball there and just sort of tried to hit the front man, but it was a poor ball up, in between the two front men, and then just easy for Aldershot to come back. But Swindon not really laying the glove, not getting close to Aldershot, apart from Dan Kemp's just done a little bit there, but not really a lot at all.
So Kemp got in there and closed down Harris. Swindon looks like now they've changed things around a bit. Godwin Malife more at right back, Hutton, Brewitt and Blake Tracy as the three central defenders, and Godwin Malife, Brewitt and Minton as the three central defenders, Hutton at left back. So Swindon with a throw in here, 2-0 down already in this FA Cup tie, and thrown forward by Blake Tracy and easily won by Minoga, who's happy to lump it clear. Barham flicks it on up towards the top scorer Tolaj, headed clear by Blake Tracy. Kemp in midfield here, tries to get it forward to Shea, but it's won neatly by Aldershot in midfield, and Tyler Frost, who just floats this one up in towards Barham. Blake Tracy has missed his header. Barham could be in for the hat-trick. He's cut it back-heeled in towards Aldershot midfielder, and Stokes has made it 3-0 inside the opening 10 minutes, and this is an absolute rout by the non-league team, who have cut Swindon apart at will in every attack. 2 for Barham and 1 for Stokes. Swindon 0, Aldershot 3, and there are not 10 minutes on the clock.
Well, I mean, that is, if you want to look at passive defending from a team, there's your example right there. Blake Tracy, who's for me struggled in the air quite a lot recently, and again there, just a simple ball over the top. You think he's favourite to get it, just a little bit of contact from the Aldershot forward, and he's got nowhere near it. Really weak from Blake Tracy there, and then he's got plenty of time in there, and he passed the ball into the box, 2 of them in the middle, and again no one's really laid a glove on him. You think 2-0 down, try and challenge him. They're trying a little cut around him just to try and get a little toe on the ball, but you got to be, I know it may be in the box, but you got to be strong there. You got to do something, and he's just shrugged it off, and he's had, for me, loads of time, too much time, and then he's picked his spot. Mahoney, no real chance.
Hutton wide on the right-hand side, cross into the box. First action for the Aldershot goalkeeper, Van Stappershoff, is to take the cross, and Swindon are, they're almost playing, pick your back three after and change it after each goal, because now Godwin Malife is in the centre, you've got Brewitt and Minton there, and Hutton and Blake Tracy on the wing. So Mike Flynn will be asking a few questions about his plans here at the moment as Minton tries to deal with Tormentor-in-Chief Barham, gets it back to Mahoney. 10 minutes gone. Aldershot lead 3-0 here in the FA Cup as Tolaj gets it. Here's Glover on the left-hand side, trying to get away from Hutton. See if he can meander forward, the former Bournemouth player. Glover is pushed backwards, but it doesn't matter for Aldershot at the moment. Harfield, the defender down the left-hand side. Godwin Malife is there. Khan's trying to win it. Heard Aldershot are too strong. With Stokes here. Now Frost rolls this out to the right, where Jones, the captain, the right back, has got forward. Played into Frost here, down the right-hand side. Time for him to step up. Look, cross towards the edge of the penalty area. Half cleared by Swindon. This will drop back to Aldershot. Out on the edge of the box, Swindon have a man down with a head injury, decides the referee. And so that will be a rare respite. 3-0 Aldershot, 11 minutes gone.
Yeah, still no reaction really from Swindon. You can't even see a bit of disappointment really in the way that sort of, all right, you can't condone it. Sometimes where you see Fernandes at Man United when they're not having a great time, running around, trying to make a challenge, trying to do something. They're 3-0 down in the FA Cup after 10 minutes. You'd like to think somebody would kind of get into that mode where they need to do something like that, just to get the crowd on side for something, just to see that they're trying or they're not happy with the situation. But I haven't really seen any of that, and I expect maybe Brewitt to do something like that, but he's not really had the chance. The only one I've seen with a little bit of physicality has been Minton, really holding the player off and passing it back to Mahoney. But apart from that, nothing really. It's far too passive. But at the end of the day, like, how bad it is for them to be 3-0 down after 10 minutes. There's a long way to go in the game, and they have got more than capable of scoring 3 or 4 goals in this game with the talent that they've got going forward. So yeah, it's not been a great start, but there is still a bit of time to go. You never know.
Well, they also look like they've got the ability in it to concede more as well. from what we've seen. So drop ball here just outside the box. Theo Widrington takes, quickly floats the cross into the penalty area. Mahoney can claim it. And Swindon will just try and take some breaths here and see if there's anything they can do, anything they can show. 3-0 down here, 2 from Jack Barham and 1 from Josh Stokes, who's been so impressive in terms of goal scoring for Aldershot since signing from Sudbury. Finished that very calmly, and the confidence was all about the way he was sort of set up with the back heel. I think it was from Frost. Finishes. Mahoney lifts the ball forward out down the left hand side. It's out towards Blake Tracy, can't win it against the captain Jones, and Swindon are a sort of ghostly spectral presence on the game, because Aldershot can just kind of wander through them as if they don't exist.
Yeah, and it's, you know, they are still, you know, you think maybe Aldershot might sit back, they might take their time, but maybe they are, but it's not sort of showing, because they're still getting the most things, you know, first. They're still winning challenges, they're still passing it around, they're still, you know, getting second balls like they are now, and look like they can create more chances.
Well, Swindon have won the ball here in midfield through McEachran. He's coming forward with a bit of purpose. He's got Shade to the right. He's got Kemp in here. Kemp down by the byline, tries to get the shot in, and he screwed it wide past the near post and out of play for a corner. But the first moment of potency from Swindon, who desperately need it, trailing 3-0.
Yeah, and we need a performance from Kemp. You know, he had a week off last week, obviously, and you know, we need him to sort of step up today. He needs to get us ticking. That's the sort of thing we want from him. A little bit of run into the box. But you see the difference, you know, Aldershot got 2 or 3 men around him, not letting him get anywhere. You know, he would have done well to get a corner out of that, you know, just sort of up against him and making it difficult. But we need a big afternoon from Kemp now.
Swindon recent FA Cup House of Horrors. There's a whole host of games. They're losing 4-0 away at National League. Macclesfield under Mark Cooper is just but one, but from their point of view, this may top the lot. Kemper's gone down again here, having only just come back on, and he's going to try and lift himself up, but he's hobbling a little bit. The midfielder who's been so potent here. This game hasn't really got started for Swindon in any sense. The combination of injuries and Aldershot revelling in some ruthless finishing to be 3-0 up. Back with Brewitt here on halfway, and now Khan in between the 2 central defenders, works it out to Minton on the left hand side, forward to Khan. First real passage of football from Swindon, but Khan is brushed off the ball with contemptuous ease by Stokes really, and Widrington just gets it to Harris in midfield, who tries to lift it forward. Not a great ball from him, cut out by Kemp, looks to roll it forward into Shade. Shade can't get hold of the ball, he's a bit passive arguably. The Aldershot defender Harfield nips in front of him, and the visitors clear high and long. 3-0 to Aldershot. Godwin Malife pings it out with a bit of purpose to Shade wide on the right hand side here, looks to take on Harfield initially, goes back to Hutton. Hutton rolls this up towards Kemp on the edge of the box, but easy for Harris to cut out. Tolos, the striker, looks to turn, little foul on him, and the Swiss player wins Aldershot a free kick. So Swindon are starting to show a little bit here, but we will see. 3-0 they're trying.
Yeah, a little bit better, you know, getting on the ball, you know, moving forward, you know, Khan there moving forward, you know, although it was a little bit sideways to start with, going forward, but then got brushed off the ball too easy. You know, some balls into Shade, you know, doing okay. So yeah, a little bit better from Swindon.
Khan tries to lift the ball forward down the left hand side here. That's going to roll out of play, and Kemp didn't quite look 100% there, and chased after it. It's a bit of a tradition for shopping for Swindon fans on the 1st of December of each year, and it's going to be a mighty effort to prevent that happening at this stage. Aldershot just head the ball away, comes up to Godwin Malife. Minton gets us back to Brewitt, played back to Minton on the left hand side. So Swindon starting to get a level of possession, but a poor ball from Brewitt, and that's cut out comfortably by Aldershot in midfield. Harris back to Elijah. Now they're looking to float it forward to Stokes here on the left side of the penalty area. Shows good strength to turn away from Brewitt. Now Glover out on the left hand side. Glover cuts past Hutton, floats a good cross into the box. Mahoney comes, pours it away inside the box, and the offside flag had gone up anyway. But again, good sort of movement, passing and play from Aldershot.
Yeah, Swindon can't get, when Aldershot are doing that, Swindon can't get close, or they're not, just haven't got the desire to get close. I'm not really sure which one it is as of yet, because for one thing they do well, then something bad happens. Khan had good possession just down here and played the ball into the channel, poor ball into the channel. No one could really get on. A little bit of good play between Brewitt and Minton just to sort of start up the play, but then a poor ball from Brewitt up to the front man, and then Aldershot come back at us, and they're quite easily getting into our final third. So not really quite sure if Swindon are, Aldershot are just playing that well, or Swindon aren't really getting into it too, or how they're kind of in it is just a bit too passive.
Here's Shade out wide on the left-hand side. Godwin Malife curls this forward. Hutton's made a good run. Hutton picks this up edge of the penalty area. There's only really Austin going into the box for it. Cross comes in, Aldershot flick it clear. Blake Tracy sets up Kemp left side of the box here. Tries to see if he can float the cross, and it's teasing towards the back post. Touched away well by Harris, and Harfield at the back before Austin can come in there. Here's Godwin Malife for Swindon, breaking down the right-hand side, about 20 yards out. Aldershot with plenty of men back here. Played forward towards Hutton. Hutton 6 yards out, another cross into the box. Harris can head that one away, and Aldershot just happy to put this up forward towards Barham. He's one-on-one with Minton, who wins the header. But from Swindon's perspective, they're a bit more potency in that attack. Now Aldershot did well.
Yeah, and it sets a little bit of a marker to say Aldershot, well, we are still here and we can still create chances. A bit of good play from Kemp. It didn't look like he was going anywhere. Just dug a ball out into the far post and looked like Charlie might be able to get something on it at the far post. But some great defending there. Two of them, just a really good header at the far post, just to keep it out.
Aldershot, they're not particularly pushing the wing backs forward quite so much at the moment in Jones and Glover. Now they've got that advantage. Perhaps they can sit there a little bit. And Swindon are looking up here with Brewitt in possession inside his own half and not really seeing the options they have available to them. McEachran forward here, finds Kemp. Kemp can drive into midfield. He's got Shade away to the right, picks up Shade just on the corner of the box, looks to get it back to Kemp. The 1-2 is a poor one. It's cleared by Aldershot. Hutton whips across into the box again. Harris gets this away. This falls to Kemp. Kemp's about 18 yards out, low shot, and deflects to Van Stopperstoff. Harfield got in a sliding challenge that took the pace out of the ball, and the goalkeeper's able to block it comfortably.
Yeah, good from Kemp, just dropped in deep and picked up the ball. He had plenty of space and turn and run at Aldershot, and you can see how dangerous he is, and a ball into Shade there, and I was just a little bit disappointed that Shade went back to Kemp. I think if he took it on the outside, he could have got shot off.
Well, Kemp's got the ball about 25 yards out here, not too much support ahead of him. Goes back to Khan. Khan drives through midfield here. Really good run from Khan. Plays in Shade. He's offside as the goalkeeper saves anyway. Van Stappersoft. So that was, again, there's more aggression from Swindon. They've started the game, but the scoreboard will tell you with Aldershot 3-0 up, they've started the game about 15 minutes late.
Yeah, and yeah, you're exactly right, because now it looks like Swindon, if they didn't concede the 3 goals, and then you'd be thinking, okay, now Swindon are getting into it, then it's not going to be long before they take the lead. But a lot better. Khan, a good run from him, a nice little ball into Shade, just drifted offside. Goalkeeper saved it. He's a big unit in there, so it's going to be difficult when they get close up on a 1v1. So a lot better though from Swindon now.
It's a massive figure. Van Stoppersoff was at Bristol Rovers. Tommy Widrington brought him there as the director of football, but he's 6'6", sort of 2 metres or so in more modern money. As Swindon try and come forward with Godwin Malife, who's over halfway here. Ball out to Blake Tracy, given to Khan. Blake Tracy's about 20 yards out, left-hand side. Finds Kemp just outside the box with Blake Tracy here, but again, Aldershot have men back in cover. Blake Tracy's sort of being hassled by the midfielder, Tyler Frost, to Khan and Godwin Malife. There's no obvious route forward for Godwin Malife here, but he's done really well to get away from Stokes. Breaks towards the box, tries to feed in Austin. Austin's half tackled and completely tackled by Minoga in the end, who's able to clear the ball out of play and go down, having been caught on the ankle. Last time Haji Minoga faced Swindon, he was sent off inside 10 minutes for 2 bookable offences for Gillingham. He kind of had 2 more contrasting opening 10 minutes in his football career, I'd imagine, with Aldershot 3-0 up here, a quarter of the way through the first half. So Blake Tracy to take the throw. Minogue's back up quickly here, looking for a bit of movement. Shade, back to Blake Tracy, floats the cross into the box. There's only Austin there to attack it, and it disappears towards the back post area, kept in by Hutton, just hooks it into the box. Shade got it. Austin's trying to flick it forward and turn, and it's just whacked away by Glover. A little bit of panic in the Aldershot defence there, but he lumped it over the bar to safety, and Swindon have a corner.
Yeah, it does look like with the pressure, that if Swindon can keep up this pressure, that there will be a goal at it fairly soon for Swindon, if they can keep it up, that is. But you know, now the first time sort of seeing them a little bit uncomfortable, Aldershot, and where Swindon, you know, we know that they have got the prowess going forward and the quality going forward. We've seen it a little bit now.
Well, they tried to play a short corner there to Hutton down by the byline, or from Hutton down by the byline towards Kemp, and Hutton has just effectively side-footed the ball straight out of play. There's an elegant indication of how Swindon have done, trailing 3-0, and just from the corner. You could see the idea, but execution horrible.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's like you say, just building up to doing well and getting back in the game, and just something silly like that. And listen, you back him all the time to put a decent ball in the box, but you know, just a lack of concentration there, or eagerness, or just I'm not sure, but just it's just one of them. And you think, oh God, no. But you know, if it had come off and it would have been what he wanted, obviously he didn't want to kick it out. If it had been what he wanted, then Kemp could have been in, like, you know, and it would have been a decent idea.
24 minutes gone. Aldershot were 3-0 up inside the opening 10 minutes. 2 for the striker Jack Barham, and 1 for Josh Stokes, who's been such a prolific scorer for Aldershot from the number 10 position at the moment. Glover has it wide on the left hand side. He can just let it run out of play for a throw in. So Aldershot with the light blue stripes and the white shirts. They look like Argentina 78 for the first 15 minutes. They played like them, Phil, pretty much.
Can't remember 78.
Good excuse. Good excuse. Sardiles and Ricky Villa and all the rest of them. Mario Kempes. Aldershot give the ball away here as Swindon just try to launch it forward, but it's well beyond Kemp. Minogue can get here and go back to the goalkeeper Van Stappershoff, who looks relaxed on the ball, finds Tyler Frost in midfield. And Frost can get this up towards halfway. Important challenge by Brewitt to deny Tollage, and then just volleyed forward in a hurry by Aldershot in midfield and by Frost, but straight through to Mahoney. So the game's kind of settled from the explosive start, but I'd say Aldershot, if they kind of keep their discipline and they keep the shape here, they can make it hard for Swindon, and already they look like they can threaten on the counter-attack.
Yeah, it does look like Aldershot.
Austin nicks the ball off the defender Harfield here, and in the end Austin is convinced he's brought down by Harfield, who's shown a lot of energy to win it back. Aim long towards Barham. Minton can head it clear. It drops to Tolai, and now Stokes, and Aldershot looking for Tolai again, but Khan's in front of him to break play up before it goes back to the goalkeeper.
Yeah, it does feel like Aldershot have just took the foot off the pedal a little bit, you know, and let Swindon come into the game, which is dangerous for them and good for us, like, but just Swindon not quite finding the right pass or the right moments at the minute.
Here's Minogue trying to come forward down the right hand side. He shrugged off the challenge of McEachran. Widglington Jr. just gets hold of the ball in midfield. Aldershot have it with Harfield here. To come down the left-hand side initially, rolled further forward to the striker Barham, who's really sort of had a bit of license to kind of move around, pop up. He's popped up in wide positions for the second goal, and Aldershot go back to the goalkeeper. And Swindon sort of just backing off here. A tall, upright figure of Harris has time to float a ball with his left foot towards Tollage through the middle. Minton won it, header back from Brewitt towards Mahoney, who'll bring that under control. Play it to Brewitt again. So Swindon, they look more comfortable really with familiar players in familiar positions. Austin has it here and moves this square towards Blake Tracy. Midway inside the Aldershot on the left-hand side. Khan has this ball right in the centre. Picks out McEachran. Hutton's the obvious outlet wide on the right-hand side. Hutton could take on the full-back Glover here. Skips over the ball. Goes on his left foot just outside the box. Cross into the back post. Blake Tracy the target. Aldershot recover. Jones does right back. Track back well. Headed it away from outside the box. Swindon have it with Shade here. Shade just forced backwards. Finds Minturn, and Minturn with a little touch away from Tollard, looks to attack down the left-hand side, feeds this into Godwin Malife as well forward, brushes off the initial challenge of Joni, has it wide on the left-hand side here, about 15 yards out, cut back for McEachran. McEachran looks up, tries to cross to Austin, that's blocked. Shade in the middle, Hutton wide right, 15 yards out, forward to aim for with his cross, just floats it in, Austin's header, it's just wide in a great position.
Good bit of build-up, good spell of possession really for Swindon, popping passes about, although Aldershot not really getting close, not really putting them under too much pressure. Worked out well outside on the right-hand side to Hutton, a decent ball in, and Charlie's got on the end of it, but just put it over the bar. But it did look like, whereas in the first sort of part of the game, he wasn't really getting anyone in the box there. Now I think we had 3 men in the box there, and the cross just before we had 3 or 4. Blake Tracy was in at the far post, so that's what obviously we need to do, get men forward and get the ball in the box.
For all Swindon's potency in front of goal, getting 3 in an hour is asking a lot here. Aldershot with 2 from Barham and 1 from Stokes, as Manoga has this wide on the right-hand side. Can't see an obvious route forward, and he's happy just to work it across pretty much the edge of the penalty area towards the central defender Harfield. Long ball from him. Godwin Malife and McEachran can get it back to the goalkeeper. So this is the big league v non-league story of the day so far. It will be whatever happens here. If Aldershot go on to win, or if in the event that Swindon somehow escape this. Harrogate are 1-up at Marines, about a dozen or so league versus non-league ties. As Khan has this at the back. Stockport are ahead against their non-league opponents. Worksop Swindon try and attack on the right through Hutton, and that just drifts out of play. I wouldn't say Aldershot are quite sailing through this spell, Phil, but ultimately Swindon have stretched them a bit, but they're not showing profound signs of discomfort from their point of view.
No, and I think it's either, obviously whether it's Swindon, up in their game, or whether it's Aldershot taking their foot off the pedal. I'm not, 100% sure, but either way, Swindon are back in the game a little bit more now. Look like they've got a little bit more bite going forward. Although, not being entirely convincing, either way. So, a little bit like it was, it reached like MK Dons, where they're going forward, but doing okay, but not really creating too much.
Hutton linking with Godwin Malife here, plays a good 1-2. Hutton tries to get the cross in early, and Harris is able to control on the edge of the box, get it away, well won by McEachran for Swindon. Godwin Malife's half tackle comes back to McEachran. Austin's just dropped a bit deeper, out to Hutton wide on the right hand side, goes to Godwin Malife. He looks up here, back to Hutton. Aldershot not really doubling up on him. Hutton gets in another cross deep towards the back post area. Jones heads it behind with Blake Tracy in attendance, and Swindon rely a lot on sort of Hutton's crossing as a potent source, and I'm quite surprised that Aldershot aren't closing that down a bit more.
Yeah, they've been putting balls in the box, but they have been dealt with quite well really by Aldershot, and it's a funny one because Swindon look like they can score pretty soon.
Kemp puts the ball into the box from the corner, which Austin heads towards goal. That's scrambled off the line by Manoga, though I think the goalkeeper might have had it covered. Hutton wide right here, about 25 yards out, pings another ball into the penalty area. Flick clear by Aldershot. Shade will go and recover this by the corner flag, left-hand side. Loads of players inside the box here. Shade just looks up, works it in towards the back post, knocked away by Glover. Blake Tracy will have it. Left footer out wide on the right hand side here. turns, gets away from Glover a little bit, and moves across goal here. Glover's done well to sort of slow him down. Blake Tracy's gone all the way from the centre to the middle, then just dinks a clever ball over the top, well read by Aldershot in the end. Harfield's back to deal with it, clears it with a header inside the box, but Swindon are applying a degree of pressure here, though Blake Tracy gives it away. Tolaj tries to come forward, McEachran deals with him. Blake Tracy wins the ball and skips past one challenge. Kemp's available. Kemp on the left side of the penalty area here. Moves from left to right. Just dinks the cross into the back post where, well, another phantom player in red wasn't waiting, as it were. And Aldershot clear. 3-0. Aldershot lead here.
Yeah, sorry, I mean, Swindon they can score soon, but I think what's happening, quite dangerous for Aldershot, really. It feels like they're sitting back quite a lot now, and they're sort of trying to soak up the pressure. Maybe they feel they don't need to go forward because they've got the 3 goals, and that's bringing Swindon on. So I think it's a dangerous kind of tactic, but not a tactic, a mentality that they've kind of got themselves into now. And I think if we can get one before half-time, I think second half, that sets us up, in the situation we're in, that sets us up quite well for the second half, but they do need to get one in this half, Swindon.
Well, Kemp's done well to win the ball in midfield when he was second favourite. Peels away to the left-hand side, about 25 yards out. Scott Hutton on the overlap, fires in a low cross this time, and Harfield can read it and just pump it clear from inside his own penalty area. And Tolaj, the striker, can't hold it up. Swindon trying to keep a high sort of tempo going here, taking the throw in quickly. McEachran finds shade out to Hutton wide on the left-hand side. McEachran tries to run forward. He's in quite a tangle with Stokes off the ball. Swindon go back to Godwin Malife. Hutton again. Hutton rolls this forward to Shade. Shade looks to drive in towards the penalty area. Kana made a good run inside him. Shade can't pick him out. Aldershot tracking back. Clear up to halfway, but Swindon winning the ball again through Brewitt. Khan just tries to touch this forward. Shade is surely offside when he gets it, and he is, and everyone breathes out. 3-0 Aldershot lead.
Yeah, now Aldershot are struggling to kind of get out their half. Balls going up to the front men, and the centre half, Swindon centre halves are doing quite well to clear the danger, and then Swindon are picking up. The seconds are going back at them again. Saying that, I think the balls into the box have been okay, but we've got no one going in on the front post, and you talk to a lot of forwards and strikers, and they're always taught to get in front of the front post. Someone hit the front post, and we're not really doing that, and that's where all the crosses, really, the dangerous ones seem to be going.
Austin tries to help this forward to Shade on halfway again. Harfield, former Weymouth player, with an interception. Godwin Malife brings it under control. He's fouled by Tolaj, tries to get the free kick forward quickly, and Harfield looked to have that under control and played it straight out. Everyone's a bit jittery at the moment.
I think you'll probably find at Aldershot now that they've got over the kind of the exhilaration of going 3-0 up, now there's sort of the pressure of keeping that lead's going to creep into them, potentially, and with Swindon coming in, and that could be going through their head. We're 3-0 up after 10 minutes, and Swindon get one. Oh God, no! What if we lose this? So we can live and hope that kind of mentality kind of creeps in there, and like I said, if we, the sooner we get a goal, the better, obviously, and we can cement that in there a little bit, But I don't know if I'm clutching at straws a little bit, or.
Well, I think there's a Coke waiting for you at half-time, Phil. If that's good. No, I kind of understand what you mean, in the sense the mentality would shift if it were 3-1 suddenly, but Aldershot trying to be calm here, and Harfield just rolls that down the left-hand side, and Godwin Malife has it. Tolaj has got to him there. That's a short back pass, and Mahoney's just about got there. Barham's half robbed him, and Mahoney can fall on the ball, but the back pass from Godwin Malife into the box just lacked pace, and Mahoney's mighty relieved, I think, to have been able to fall on.
Yeah, I mean, he's only really be able to fall on it because the other lad got a touch on it first. It's although I'm not really sure why he's not just put his foot through it either.
There's a free kick here because Sadhu Khan was breaking through midfield. He's been caught by Theo Widrington, and that looks like that should be the first yellow card of the game. We'll have a fair bit of first half stoppage time because we've had a couple of lengthy injury breaks here. Referee has the yellow in hand. He's clearly going to book Widrington here, can't he?
Yeah, definitely a book in there, but that's sometimes what you need to do. Swindon are on the break. It looked like it could be quite dangerous numbers going forward, so he's brought him down, and you know, it's what you need to do sometimes, and he's done that. But then it's a sign that Swindon are getting on top, and now, apart from that sort of silly back pass scenario we just had, you know, Aldershot look like they're struggling for ideas now when they get the ball to kind of what to do to get out of their half or to keep the ball up with the front men.
Well, the questions Mike Flynn afterwards will be lots of sort of changes to the defensive structure in the first 10 minutes as McEachran has it here. Khan back to Minton on the halfway line. Aldershot leading by 3 early goals to 0. Brewitt for Swindon can tiptoe into Aldershot territory. Picks out Kemp. Kemp starts to run towards the edge of the box here. Feeds it into Shade. Shade shot takes a deflection off the defender and goes behind for a corner.
Neat little pass in there to Shade, and that's what we want him to do. Is when he's got the opportunity, you know, take a bit of risk, have his shot on the turn, but the defender's done well to get in there to make a tackle. But again, another attempt for Swindon, but I don't think we've tested the goalie yet really, so that's what we need to do.
Here's the corner, bent into the penalty area, headed away by Glover for Aldershot. Parham gets there. Hutton needs to win this and just about win it, otherwise Glover was free to start an Aldershot counter-attack and Swindon get a throw-in. And it's back with McEachran. McEachran on halfway. And here's Khan. Khan just trying to get through the middle of a sort of compact midfield area, so Swindon go back in towards McEachran. McEachran starts to break forward. Kemp's made a little run in front of him, and McEachran is just robbed easily by Stokes, and Stokes tries to break forward here. There are runners for him for Aldershot in midfield. It's aimed out towards the man on the left-hand side, and that's Frost. Back across towards Tolai. Tolai's cut this to the edge of the box. Stokes has got time to look up and shoot, and he does so. McEachran blocks it, headed down by Aldershot, hooked towards goal by Tolai, and that is wide. And again, it was very easy for Swindon to be opened up and for Aldershot to test them with shots and crosses and anxious moments.
You see the difference, like even with Aldershot, the way they're defending, they're getting shot, they're blocking shots, you know, they're not 3 or 4 yards away, they're 3 or 4 inches away, and they're getting there to stop the shot and make it uncomfortable, and we're not doing that. You know, the ball's come out to their centre forward. I mean, even after the first bit, you know, Minnow couldn't get close to him. He's played the ball in, and Brutus the wrong side of the centre forward, and luckily that the pass was just too much in front of him, and he couldn't get on it. And then the ball's come out to someone on the edge of the box, and McEachran, there's no effort to get tight or close to him, and he's almost too worried about giving away a penalty, even though if he'd have got tight to him, he would have been 2 yards outside the 18-yard box. So I don't understand the passive defending that Swindon are kind of undertaking at the minute, and it's, you know, even after all the play that Swindon have had, you know, then it just luckily that the pass was just 2 inches too far ahead. Otherwise, they could have been 4 down.
Well, Mike Flynn is making a change here. 5 minutes before half-time, McEachran is coming off, Kinsella is coming on. I don't know whether there's any hint of the injury that McEachran had earlier, or whether that is simply that there has to be some kind of better protection for Swindon in front of the defence. So Kinsella on, but it's a curious time to do it 5 minutes before the break.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether that was, you know, then just the aggressiveness of defending there, or whether it's the, you know, because it was a whack on the head, so, you know, maybe that's what it is, to put him out sorts of bit. But, you know, you can't say he's been, you know, the worst player on the pitch, because I don't think you could pick between them really, who's not had the best afternoon. But a strange time, like you say, 5 minutes before first half. But at the end of the day, if the manager feels like it needs to be done, there's no time like the present. It's got to get done. So hopefully it works out.
So Aldershot, I'm ready to take this free kick deep inside their own half with Van Stoppersov, his Shade as he picks up the loose ball. Swindon with possession in midfield through Kemp, who now finds Khan. Khan out to the left-hand side where Minturn is. Back to Khan here. He's going to have to return this to Brewitt. And Aldershot just looking to sort of see if they can prey on Swindon here. Khan with the back pass to Mahoney, who has time to find Kinsella. Kinsella just plays this long down the right-hand side, and that will drop to Wiltshire, but it goes it goes out of play. So there's times when Aldershot have been stretched, but they've not really been broken and failed so far after that remarkable start.
Yeah, and they looked like sort of weathering the storm, but it looked like they'd lost ideas about going forward, and all of a sudden they get gifted a couple of opportunities.
Oh, there's a loose back pass, and Aldershot are in here, and this is a great chance for 4, and it's gone through Mahoney, and it's hit the inside of the post. The shot from Tollage and gone behind, and Swindon have just hung on in the FA Cup through an almighty stroke of luck. It's hard to see them coming back from 3. There's zero chance of them coming back from 4.
Yeah, I mean, again, sloppiness, a bad pass from Hutton to Brewitt, the two of them getting confused with each other, and then Aldershot are in, and he's on with the keeper, and it's a powerful shot into the near post, and it sort of squirmed in between Mahoney and the near post, and thankfully he's just got enough on it to go hit the far post after it, but he's got very, very lucky there. Hutton's got lucky, Mahoney's got lucky, Swindon have got lucky there.
Aldershot still have a corner. Couple of minutes to go. Here Aldershot 3-0 up, plus hitting the woodwork. Here's the corner, right into the heart of the 6-yard box. Swindon able to scramble this clear, although it just comes out to Harfield. He's got the option to cross if he wants from the left-hand side. Puts this back calmly in towards Glover. Glover on the left-hand side, not got too much help, goes down there, and then Khan's desperate to just wrestle the ball off him. Khan comes forward, in the end he wins the free kick, so Swindon breathe, but well, it was back to the traditional FA Cup shambles there for a few minutes as Brewitt floats a ball forward. It goes beyond shade, it goes out of play, and it's going to be guessed the decibel count of boos from Swindon at half-time. Do you think it'll be below or above fighter jet level?
I don't think people are very happy, and it's a. Do you know what? Even if we hadn't had that little bit there, those couple of minutes, I think the crowd wouldn't have been too bad. But those last couple of minutes there were as bad as we've seen this afternoon, and even the corner going in there. That no Swindon players getting anywhere near trying to head that, and that's dropped at the sort of far post in the 6-yard box, and prime location for someone to just get their head on it and score, but it's just drifted in there. No one's really got any aggression to go and head it, and I've seen that too often so far this season, but no one really taking charge and right, I'm going to go and head this and clear their lines, and a header actually getting outside of the 18-yard box from a corner.
Well, Brewitt has kicked here again, and Stokes has it on the left-hand side. He's got the man inside, and the shot is fired over by Tollage again, and there are 6 minutes of first half injury time for, it feels like, Swindon to dodge and weave their way through before Aldershot land a 4th blow.
Now nervous again from Brewitt there, and sort of don't know if he's trying too much or to be too clever or what, but just sort of come off the end of his toe and sort of put the Aldershot player in. He took the shot too early there, to be fair. A tight angle and tried too hard. A bad opportunity there, really. Could have taken a bit more time, but luckily he went early and skied it.
Aldershot clear from Harris. Kinsella tries to win the ball in midfield and then catches Stokes, who goes down flamboyantly, but he certainly did get caught. And so that'll be a free kick, just a warning for Kinsella. Well, if the idea was that Kinsella might sort of add another line of defence in front of the back 3 for Swindon, can't say that's happened.
No, and I've seen a bit of a pattern as well with Swindon, where they kind of doing all right for 20 minutes in the game, but for the rest of it, really quite unconvincing in the last sort of few times I've seen Swindon, and seems to be the story so far today. They really need to come out in the second half all guns blazing, really, to make this up.
Godwin Malife out to Shade, wide on the right-hand side, back towards Godwin Malife here, who goes on one of his typical sort of runs in midfield. Aldershot have got 4 men round him, but he just finds Kemp. Kemp's about 35 yards out. Good ball through the middle here, and well, there was a challenge on Shade there by Minoga. Shade is convinced it was a penalty. Referee looked at it and was absolutely convinced it wasn't, and I think my instincts side a little bit more with the referee.
Yeah, no, I agree. He's got in front of him. He's in front of Shade there, so he's not come through the back of him. Shade's the other side of him, so I think if he did get any contact, it's Shade coming towards him. So yeah, no, I think you're going to be very, very unlucky as an Aldershot defender for that to be given against you.
So Minogue survives that little moment. We're in 2 of 6 minutes, first half additional time. A133 for your text, but Wilts in front of those. Twitter is at BBC Wilt Sport as well. Kemp for Swindon, trying to find Shade here. Carter made a great run through the middle for him. Shade can't win it. Aldershot with a chance to break Barham. That's cleverly flicked forward by Frost. Tolai is onside here. Left side of the penalty area, shoots! And Aldershot have 4 before half-time. And Swindon are being humiliated by a ruthless display from the non-league team here. They are heading out of the FA Cup and they are being body slammed out of the FA Cup. Swindon 0, Aldershot 4.
It's like I said, that they had their 20 minutes and they've gone back to the way they were playing in the first 20 minutes. You know, Shade up front so easily, just shoved off the ball. Too weak from him, and he's lost possession. Then a pass into the front man. Now this is what I'm going on about passiveness. The geezer's slipped over, then he's had time to get up, turn around and get the ball that was played behind him, with no Swindon player anywhere near him or putting any pressure on him. He's then been able to pass about a play a ball over the top, and the geezer's just simple run, come off Brewitt. Brewitt has no idea where he is, trying to think that he's offside. He is not offside. He's being kept on by Brewitt or by Minton, and he's taken a touch out wide, and it's a decent finish into the far post, but no one anywhere near him. Take as much time as he likes. Bad defending from the front to the back.
And for Aldershot, one of their finest days since they dropped out of the Football League more than 30 years ago. Got back in for a while under Gary Waddock, of course, but, well, they've scored 4 times. They've been pretty clinical, but they've still had other chances where Frost shot early on. Tolaj hit the post. Here's Minter, wide on the left-hand side, towards Khan and Blake Tracy. And so Swindon's 21st century FA Cup record, as Khan is fouled, is littered with defeats to Histon and Woking and Macclesfield twice when they were a non-league side. But this is, even by the elevated standards of that lot, quite the nadir, as Kemp breaks forward into the Aldershot penalty area and he's tackled well by Harfield, and the visitors clear through Glover and back to Godwin Malife. Well, what a way for Mike Flynn to celebrate signing a new contract, as Blake Tracy looks as if he's caught there by Jones. And Swindon in a free kick, and Aldershot's Tommy Widrington has signed an extension to his deal this week as well. And that's come a bit better. Blake Tracy's throw in, their ball quickly won by Minogue. He's fouled by Shade. And, well, this is a test of my thesaurus, Phil, today.
Well, I mean, what do we have? We had 20 minutes where it looked like Swindon could have got a goal, and if they got that goal, then you sort of think the way that we are going forward, that we got a chance. And then they've just gone well off it. They hadn't really had to do anything, and they gave Aldershot half a chance, and then the game turned again, and now it looks like Aldershot could go maybe 5 or 6. And it's going to be damage limitation, but thankfully they got.
Well, Brewitt is not the best with his clearance inside the penalty box there, and Khan helps him out before Barham, who will fancy his chance of a hat-trick, was looking for it along with Stokes. Here's Minogue trying to come forward. He's kept the ball initially, and Kinsella just smacks that out of play in anger. The 6 minutes of stoppage time are up. The Swindon players will look to see if there are any earmuffs around for the volley of boos and abuse they're going to get. The Aldershot fans will cheer their players off as if they've just sacked Rome. 4-0, they lead towards the very, very latter stages of this first half. Flynn's enjoyed all the benefits of the FA Cup, and now he's going to have to field questions about the debit side. Khan tries to come forward and he's hassled out of play. The referee looks at his watch. He decides the entertainment shall go on no further. You hear the howls of anger, then you hear the joy away to the left, because half-time here, Aldershot lead 4-0, and they were one lucky moment where the ball bounced off the inside of the post from making it 5. Jack Barham scored twice quickly on. The first swept home after 30 seconds. The second, when the ball was played over the top, Mahoney came out, and Barham very cleverly got there first and lobbed him. 3-0, elegant move involving Frost, Barham and Stokes, and that was barely with 10 minutes gone. Swindon looked a bit more lively after that for about 15 or 20 minutes. They had Aldershot stretched a little bit, but they never really had that potent killer chance. And Aldershot, after hitting the post through Tollage, got the fourth when he was played in with ease down the left side of the box and beat Mahoney. And like I say, from Aldershot's point of view, it is like heaven has descended upon them. From Swindon's point of view, it's the long road over the River Styx to some unpleasant encounters with some Egyptian gods. My metaphors are getting far too stretched. They've been flipping awful. That's what I need to say. Swindon 0, Aldershot 4.
Well, yeah, there isn't really a lot more to say than that. You know, it's not even like Aldershot have had to really work for their 4-0 lead, which is ridiculous to say, and really unlucky not to be 5 up. You know, just through bad defending from Swindon. You know, going forward, Swindon have been okay at best. You know, they haven't tested the goalkeeper. I don't know, I'm pretty sure they haven't got a shot on target, especially not with any venom anyway, where the goalkeeper's had to work. Once, I think it was offside, but, you know, a bad start, you can kind of, not excuse, but you can say, right, maybe got a chance to get over it. And they had their 20 minutes of joy, but again, not testing the goalkeeper, and then just fell apart again in the last, 15 minutes of the half, giving Aldershot opportunities. And like I say, Aldershot must be buzzing because they've not had to work hard. They've not had to sort of really, graft to keep Swindon out, and they're 4-0 up. I mean, listen, he's going to have some stern words in there at half-time, I'm sure, and we're all going to be looking for a reaction in the second half. Whether it'll be enough to kind of get the fans back on side, we'll have to wait and see.
Well, I think Aldershot fans can already eye up what Sunday's second round draw will have for them. For Swindon, this is a matter of preserving dignity rather than qualification. They trail 4-0 to the National League side at half-time.
Andrew Hawes passing the thesaurus test alongside Phil Smith at the back of the Arkles John Trollope stand. I can tell you down here by the touchline, Michael Finn, it won't surprise you to know, was first down the tunnel, because whatever else is going on in the world of football, this is where the story is right now, unless there is one hell of a comeback, and there's not much hope of that based on what we've seen. Swindon Town 0, Aldershot 4. Phil, I was lucky enough as Andy was following the ball around, going to the net 3 times in the first 9 minutes. I think Swindon did start with a 3-5-2, but we talked about Godwin Malife's versatility. He was the right wing back, who I don't actually think touched the ball in the first 9 minutes. It was Minturn, it was Brewer, it was Blake Tracy and Hutton as the left wing back. And then after the third goal went in, they shuffled them around. Hutton to the right, Godwin Malife inside, Brewer still in the centre, Minturn and Blake Tracy wide left. But collectively, the defending's been awful.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I don't think moving them around is what changed it. I think it's just that Aldershot thought, right, we'll have a little breather, and Swindon got sort of back into it. The sort of forward players got on the ball a little bit more. So I don't think the switching around really made any difference, because like we've seen in the latter part of the second half, the defending's just not been there. It's been too passive, too weak, basically. No one really sort of grabbing anybody and getting hold of anyone from Aldershot. I've not seen a challenge from any of the defenders, really. And you're right. I think Godwin Malife started more like a right winger. He was more when they were sort of starting. It was 4 people up front, and he was on the right hand side. So just a dreadful kind of start, and defending just not been good enough today.
And this isn't a point about squad depth right now, because there are 9 subs in the FA Cup, but Kinsella's already on. You've got Ward, Clayton, Genesini and 5 kids.
Well, that's you say about squad depth, but the manager's got no options now. I think it's unfair to kind of put lads on in this situation. In my view, you kind of got to let them get out there. Just keep the team, get them out there, let them learn, or let them do something right. Putting kids on and asking them to change this around, it's tough for them, and not really a great environment. You want your pros to stand up, earn the money, go out and try and do something about it. You're not, maybe not expected to get through the tie now 4-0 down, but you're damn sure you want them to go out there and show a bit of fight.
Phil Smith and Andrew Hawes with the second half live and exclusive on BBC Radio Wiltshire and on the BBC Sounds app. Since the turn of the millennium, it's been pretty grim reading. I'm not going to go through all the clubs now, but it looks like Aldershot will be added to the roll call of teams that have knocked Swindon out of the FA Cup. As it stands, the other stats at half-time are 50-50 on possession here. There were apparently 2 shots on target for the town amongst 5 in total. 6 shots on target, 8 shots, 3 goals at the other end for Aldershot. 3-1 up on the corners, but one of those just, well, was shocking. And 4-4 on the fouls. Half-time, Swindon Town are 4-0 down. Let me take you through the other scores for the record. Barrow have beaten Northampton 3-1. In the early kick-off, it's AFC Walden 2, Cheltenham 0, Alfreton 0-0 with Worthing, Bolton 1, Solihull Moors 0, Bradford 0, Wickham 2, Bristol Rovers 4-1 up against Whitby, Cambridge 1-0 up against Bracknell, Chesham 0, Maidstone 1, Chester 0, York 0, Curzon Ashton 0, Barnet 1, Doncaster 1, Accrington 0. I don't think any of these have upset written on them at the moment. Eastleigh 3, Boreham Wood 1, Exeter 0, Wigan 0, Hereford 0, Gillingham 1, Leyton Orient 1-0 up on Carlisle, Lincoln Morecambe 1-1, Marine 1, Harrogate 2, Newport 1-0 up on Oldham, Notts County 1 all with Crawley, Oxford 1, Maidenhead 0, Peterborough 0, Salford 1, Port Vale Burton 0-0, Ramsgate 1, Woking 1, Reading 1, MK Dons 1, Scarborough 1-0 up on Forest Green. That's against the form book, or the football pyramid. Shrewsbury 1, Colchester 1, Stevenage 1, Tranmere 1, Stockport 2, Worksop 1. Stockport, of course, here next Saturday as League 2 leaders. Sutton 0, Fylde 1, Yeovil 2, Gateshead 0. Later today, Bromley versus Blackpool, Mansfield versus Wrexham. This one wasn't picked for wider TV audience because of the fact that Swindon Town were at home. I think that's one of the factors they take into account. But having said that, they are 4-0 down to Aldershot at half-time. Let me move on to see what's happening in the Premier League. Earlier, Manchester United, they beat Fulham by 1-0, scored by Bruno Fernandes at Craven Cottage. Man City on course for the top of the table, 3-0 up on Bournemouth. Doku, Silva and Akanji on target there. Mikolenko scored for Everton, they lead Brighton by 1-0. It's Brentford 1, West Ham 2, more pace scoring for the Bees, Kudos and Bowen in reply. Burnley 0, Crystal Palace 1, Jeffrey Shook with the goal at Turf Moor. And the one other game in the Premier League is goalless. That is Sheffield United versus Wolves at Bramall Lane. The local non-league action at half-time, Chippenham are 1-1 with Eastbourne at Hyde Newish Park in National South. In the Southern Premier, Super 2-1 down at Basingstoke. And late kick-off, Harrowborough versus Salisbury. Division 1 South half-times. Bemerton Heath Harlequins 0, Wimborne 0. That's a top-of-the-table match. Tavistock versus Melksham match postponed. And Westbury 2, Poulton Rovers 2. Those are the half-time scores from the football today. And a quick word on the cricket, because England in the World Cup are playing Australia, probably mathematically out of the tournament by the end of today. England sliding towards defeat. They won the toss, Josh Butler. He put the Aussies in. They reached 286 all out. England 186 for 6. So another 101 runs needed from 11 over. So what's that? More than 9 and over, and only 4 wickets remain. Ben Stokes hit 64 off 90. That is a rare high spot. I don't think we've had any even rare high spots here. Swindon Town off 4-0 down to Aldershot. FA Cup first round, half time, and the players are already back out.
Saturday night is the time to showcase your talent on the BBC.
Thank you so much.
From 6, BBC Upload brings you the best in new comedy, poetry and spoken word.
Upload is a great way to reach a new audience with my spoken word poetry.
From 8, BBC Introducing.
I want to thank you for the support, playing my tracks on the radio.
Supporting and championing new music made right here.
Thank you so much. Honestly, that means so much to all of us.
BBC Upload and BBC Introducing.
Just a few clicks and then the next thing you're getting played on air.
Saturday night from 6 or anytime on BBC Sounds.
BBC Radio Wiltshire.
That's to look forward to. Strictly on the telly. Match of the day highlights in the FA Cup. Swindon Town might be first on. 4-0 down at home to Aldershot. First ever FA Cup meeting between the two teams. And as I said, the Swindon Town players are already back out for the second half in their all-red strip. And we've got Jonah and Steve, the kitmen, taking their place in the stand. No sign yet of Michael Flynn and Wayne Hatswell. They might be in the dressing room in the corridors of power here at the county ground. As I say, I think Swindon Town has been sent back out early. So we have time to talk about ice hockey, as we traditionally do during half-time in the football. Swindon Wildcats against Solway tonight and tomorrow. That sport, of course, still reeling from the death last weekend of the Nottingham Panthers' Adam Johnson after a skate caused the injury. It led to UK Ice Hockey issuing immediate and ongoing safety measures to stop any future tragedies in the sport. Sunday's match is also postponed, including the Swindon Wildcats, for whom player coach Aaron Nell has been talking to BBC Radio Wiltshire's Marie Inge about the incident.
Just an awful tragedy for obviously the lad it happened to, for his friends, family, the players that were playing in the game, and everyone was at the rink. Feel for the coaches that brought the player here. It was awful. Yeah, words don't really describe it.
Yeah, when news sort of filtered through that there'd been an incident, I mean, I'd say it's a tight-knit community. It really, really is, isn't it? You know, how quickly was that getting to you guys at the Wildcats?
We knew as much as anyone else. We were actually staying away for the weekend in the hotel, and so we were all together. And I know there was videos gone out that I've refused to watch. I think a few of the players saw the video, but you don't know how bad it was until we found out the news the next morning. So very, very sad.
Now, one of the things I mentioned there in the introduction is the measures that are being brought in and neck guards. I mean, how widely used are they right now?
They weren't. I think you had to use them till you were maybe they changed the rule to under 21s had to use them last year, but no one over 21 just wouldn't use them. It's not something you obviously expect to happen, and I think it's a good move by the English Ice Hockey Association to go forward with this.
So just describe to me what they are in terms of how they fit, because you wear a lot of kit. There is a lot that you have to go onto the ice with.
Yes, there's different ones. We've ordered some for our team that are connected to our undergear, and they're arriving any day now. And it's just to protect us, and if that freak accident happens again.
So I mentioned there that Sunday's game was cancelled, but will you roll on? Does the schedule continue as normal now? When are you next back on the ice?
We next play in Scotland at the weekend. As far as I know, the games are going ahead. I know there's a game going ahead tonight. I think in the Elite League, all the teams but the two teams that were involved with the incident are playing this weekend. So there'll be lots of tributes made towards Adam, and I just can't stop thinking about the whole incident and certainly the players that were on the ice and the people that were in the building. It was awful.
Aaron, it's Ben here. One of the things that struck me pretty quickly that the Nottingham club came out, didn't it, and sort of supported the opposition player who was involved in the incident, because they were getting such a lot of abuse and there were people questioning whether it was a freak accident, and it just shone through that close ice hockey community. And I've seen some really interesting analysis about all the different ways people skate and the way the pressure's put on different sides of your body and all the different eventualities that can turn out. It's been a bit of a learning experience for a lot of people maybe who don't know the intricacies of the sport.
Yeah, it was, like I said, I haven't seen it, and but I know someone very close to me was at the game who I've spoke to. It was a complete freak. Anyone that, I think there's other motivations to say that it was the person did it on purpose. There's no chance he did that. It was a complete freak accident. I feel awful for him, it's not nice.
And listen, Aaron, finally, it's been a challenging start to the season for you guys. No.
He was talking to BBC Radio Wiltshire's Ben Prater on the breakfast show this week. One other quick rugby half-time for you. Bath at Northampton, 24-15 down in the Premiership. Right, half-time here at the county ground. Swindon Town 4-0 down to Aldershot. To quote Andrew from the first half, Tommy Woodward taking the role of Cesar Menotti here with the Argentine representation in the 1978 World Cup. Swindon Town haven't changed their personnel, but the players have been out for well over 5 minutes, probably nearly 10 ahead of the second half.
Yep.
Phil Smith and Andrew Halls at the back of the Ark as John Trollope stand.
Yep, they're there to get cold and be in front of the public. 6,372 here, 1,278 from Aldershot, I could hear at half-time, having a grand old time as well. They might, as well they deserve to. So Swindon have kicked off here. They're playing from left to right in the all red, in Argentina, like I say, in the Argentina, Aldershot in the white and light blue stripes with the black shorts here. Swindon look to attack, but Godwin Malife gives the ball away, and ball's aimed up towards the striker Tolaj, who got the fourth goal, and Brewitt's back pass is not the best, and Mahoney has to come and clear it out. Nothing has changed since the opening 45 minutes. Swindon with Mahoney in goal. They juggled their defence to end up with Godwin, Malife, Brewitt and Minturn as the back three. Hutton and Blake Tracy the wing backs now. Kinsella, Khan and Kemp in midfield. Austin and Shade are the two strikers. We'll come to the Aldershot side when we get a break in play here. So with Harfield on the left-hand side, two defenders round him to stop him crossing it in. The Aldershot defender, that's a little bit short, aimed towards Glover. Hutton wins it. Hutton tries to counter-attack here. Hutton just ducks past Harris without too much trouble. If he can cross in early, Austin is waiting, but it never reaches him. It's easy for Van Stoppershoff to come and claim. So Aldershot have the big Dutchman in goal. Hashim Minoga, Cian Harris and Ollie Harfield, the back three. Aaron Jones and Ryan Glover, the wing backs. Theo Widrington, Tyler Frost and Josh Stokes in midfield. Laurent Tolaj and Jack Barham up front. Barham's got the ball here, just outside the penalty area, left-hand side. Plays it in the box, in towards Stokes. Looks like a foul by Minturn. It's going to be a penalty. That's less than 2 minutes into the start of the second half. Minturn looks dismayed. Now will Barham take it because he fancies the hat-trick? We'll see. Widrington looks like he's grabbed it, but 4-0 Aldershot lead. Spot kick to come.
Whoa, what a start.
Sorry, Phil Smith is your summariser.
I mean, Jesus, if you've not learnt from the first half, maybe you've learnt now after the first 2 minutes of the second. You know, Brewitt's turned like the Titanic, you know, for the ball over the top there, and then run into the middle of the goal, and then realise, oh, hang on a minute, the geezer's on his own out wide, and gone out to him. Geezer's got loads of time, acres of space, come outside, a neat little ball in behind, and then Minno's just got sort of the wrong side of him, trying to make a challenge, and yeah, you can't say it's not a penalty. I think unfortunately it is.
And it is the former Swindon player, Cian Harris, who's been on penalty duties for Aldershot this season, who can mark his return to the county ground if he wants, with a goal here. 4-0 Aldershot lead. And Harris, whose spell here was brief and unhappy, comes up, steps up and rolls the ball down the middle, and it is Swindon Town 0, Aldershot 5 here in the FA Cup first round, and in the 21st century of Swindon FA Cup disasters, this is breaking new ground in style.
Yeah, cool as you like that penalty. I did fancy Mahoney to make a save, I think, and I was sort of saying to myself, if he makes a save here, then I fancy us to get back in the game or get a couple of goals at least. But cool as you like, he's just stepped up, calm little run up and just slotted it down the middle. Mahoney committed to his left hand side and just slotted it down the middle. And yeah, Aldershot 5-0 up, and you can't say they're not good for the 5 if you're brutally honest.
Well, in 1983, Aldershot came here in an FA Cup tie. They lost 7-0. It feels like they're 3/4 of the way to avenging that scoreline. And at the moment, you wouldn't be surprised.
No, and it has been a sloppy start from Swindon. You think the manager sending them out, they've obviously got the hairdryer treatment. He sent them out early. You're expecting a reaction, and you know the first thing they're doing is they're clearing up a sloppy mistake from Brewitt with a pass back and conceding from a penalty. Almost as bad start as the first half.
So Swindon have the ball here. Khan looks round and says, where's the help? Hutton, and back to Godwin Malife. A great celebration from Harris, but he enjoyed the moment, and as well he is entitled to, because never really recovered from a big hamstring tear fairly early on into his Swindon career. So Godwin Malife takes a throw here. Kinsella shows up for it midway inside the Aldershot half now. Hutton crosses in from the left-hand side, and literally Van Stoppershoff can stand there casually and pluck the ball out of the air at head height. 5-0 Aldershot lead.
Yeah, no one really making an attempt to kind of get on the end of it there. It's almost, tough. No one really around him, no pressure on Hutton. A floated ball in, with a goalkeeper that big, and you've seen him come out already to take crosses, easy for him, and then, other centre forwards just not really bothering to go in and put a challenge.
Aldershot to flick this for the middle. Tollage is in here, hits a shot, it's in 6-0. It's a superb volley from Tollage at the end of the area, and the 7 is absolutely on here. Aldershot has started the second half with the efficiency they did in the first. That's probably the pick of the goals, but there's so many to choose from. Swindon 0, Aldershot 6.
I mean, it was a fantastic finish, but yet again, the defending between the two of them there. Mino's a young lad and he's got to learn his trade, but, Brewitt's not really aggressive enough there and getting in, and he's got in between the two of them and not trying to get to the ball, and it's bouncing, and it's just popped up nice for him, and no one's put in a challenge. But, I mean, it was a fantastic finish into the far post. Just the ball into him up there, not dealt with, 2 or 3 times opportunities to deal with the ball and not taken, and now 6-0 down. Well, it is as bad as the first half.
Arguably it's worse, which is failing to clamber over a very low bar. Yeah, but what can we say for Aldershot? They've punished the Swindon mistakes, and that goal from Tollage was a spectacular shot, half volley, edge of the area, beat Mahoney. Swindon are going to make another change. They're going to make 2 changes here. Harry Gray, one of the youngsters from the academy, is going to come on alongside Tom Clayton. So Minturn, who conceded the penalty, has been removed there, and the other change is Tyrese Shade coming off. So are they? Those almost feel like I don't know, substitutions of shame, possibly, if you see what I mean.
You can't say that they're the worst players, or if it's a performance thing, is maybe trying to change tactics, but I think that's too late because of 6. I don't really. I mean, maybe he's doing it because he feels like he's got to do something, make a change somewhere. I don't think Mino gave the penalty away, but I think the other defenders have got a lot to answer to.
Clayton's almost caught inside the penalty area there, just gets away from bar and pokes it out, manages to win Swindon a throw.
I mean, just looking at that, Mahoney, listen, he's been great this season, Mahoney, but too often in this game has been kind of caught on short passes, back passes, his passes to him, clearances have been dreadful, but still going on with that, and a bad pass out to Clayton there, who's just come on, and I mean, if I'm in there, I'm just getting rid of it. I'm getting as far away from my goal as possible because I don't want any more going in. I don't want any going in any time. But at 6-0, mucking about with it on the edge of the box, I don't really understand. But there you go.
Well, here's Hutton for Swindon, trying to break down the left-hand side here. Looks to get across into the box. Swindon have won a corner. And I think there's probably ironic cheers more from the Aldershot end than the Swindon end here. But, well, the minimum requirement for Swindon was to try and preserve dignity in the second half, even if they accepted the tie was beyond them, and they failed to do that.
Yeah, they have, and this is the point about squad depth. He can't really bring changes in.
Corner comes into the box. Blake Tracy looks for it, won't quite drop for Clayton inside the penalty area. Aldershot just have a huge number of players back, and Harris just is happy to hack the ball into touch. I suspect Aldershot will be furious if they conceded at this point.
Yeah, you can't see it at the minute anyway, but like I was saying, with the squad depth as it is, and you're going to lose a couple of players now international, if he's thought things aren't quite right over the last few weeks, because the results haven't been great over the last few weeks, since Notts County it's not been great, and what changes can he make? Who can he sort of, you've got to have a threat of losing your place if you don't perform, or become sort of comfortable in your position, and he hasn't got that, and I think that kind of, I'm not saying that is the reason for today's performance, but it is certainly a contribution to it, because if he thought it was poor against MK Dons or there was any problems, which he said that it has, he's not really been able to make any real changes about it, or any meaningful changes, maybe one, but that's not really enough if you've been on a bad run to kind of turn it around. And I think we're kind of seeing a bit of evidence of the squad maybe potentially being a bigger issue.
Khan's looking up here, forward towards Kemp. Kemp tries to break towards the box, looks for Hutton, cuts inside the initial challenge from Glover, floats across into the penalty area, doesn't reach Austin. It's found the youngster Harry Gray at the back post, appeals for handball as that comes off the defender and behind for a Swindon corner.
But to be fair, I thought that could have been given as handball. I mean, I'm a long way away, whether it caught him in the chest or the arm, I don't know, but a bit better, a bit of aggression from Swindon, a couple of balls in the box, not being really able to get on the end of it, and balls out wide. And he's had a bit of time there to try and get across in. It's just hit the arm.
Corner into the penalty area. Austin gets contact on it but heads it wide. Swindon 0, Aldershot 6 is the latest score here with 35 minutes to go.
Sorry, I was looking down trying to see the name of the player that came on, but where the corner came in. But yeah, need to see a bit more. Obviously we need to see a bit more. I don't know really what else I can say, but I didn't, like you said, I didn't think it could be as bad as the first half was, but the first 10 minutes have been pretty poor.
I think you may be heading towards the diplomatic corps with pretty cool. Here's Kemp trying to come forward for Swindon. Heavy touch from him. He's tackled well by Glover. If Glover can play the right ball forward, Barham's in here. Although Godwin Malife got back really well at the last gasp, to be fair to him, and he helped Swindon try and counter. Hutton's midway inside the Aldershot half here. Plays this to Khan. Khan tries to break forward towards the box. Finds Kemp. Kemp's got Blake Tracy available here. Blake Tracy cuts into the penalty area. Looks, floats in across. Just bounces beyond Austin at the back post on the edge of the 6-yard box. It was a good ball in, but wanted to beat Austin. There was no other red-shirted player to attack.
No, it just looked like the belief wasn't it? It was over Austin, like I say, nobody else there. Hutton wasn't coming in on the far post. I think we got lucky again there, not to concede. With Godwin Malife, he's on the wrong side of the centre forward, and he's on the inside of him. If he plays a better ball in, I mean, apart from maybe his pace getting him back into the game, it's opened up for him there. But there's a bit of a reaction up front from Swindon trying to get something, but it's still not enough, and the quality's not really there.
No, it's from Swindon's point of view now, for the fans that have stayed, and there are considerably less number. It's a weird sort of macabre spectacle. As for Aldershot, it's great fun, and they're attacking again here. Glover, the left wing back's gone inside the penalty, flicks it across goal, and there is number 7, and 1983 has been avenged by Aldershot perfectly when they lost 7-0 here in the FA Cup. A simple header in from the edge of the 6-yard box, and it is surely for Swindon the worst day in their FA Cup history and the finest hour for Aldershot as a non-league side. The most crushing humiliation that Swindon could possibly conceive of. Jack Barham with a deserved hat-trick. Swindon 0, Aldershot 7, 33 minutes to go.
A simple ball down the left-hand side. You sort of, Godwin Malife maybe could get back, but he's sort of been done by the ball. He's taken it into the 18-yard box, so he can't make a challenge. He's worried about giving away a penalty. And to be fair to him, it's a decent delivery into the box. But you've got Brewitt and you've got Clayton in there, and both of them are nowhere near the centre forward. So he's ended up probably being about 4 yards out and just putting it into the middle of the goal. Again, I can't really say it was a well-worked goal or they've done anything spectacular to kind of get in that position. It just seemed too easy. You're not really tight. Godwin Malife to stop the cross, and a free header 4 yards out in the middle of the goal, and you sort of think, well, that can't happen, but it has again. And I think we just need to kind of get through this game without anyone getting sent off, without anyone getting injured, and you just have to kind of hope that we, for the next game, that we're not sort of struggling for numbers again. Is that a positive spin to kind of? Can we look at that?
There's no. Well, Kemp is getting involved here with Harfield and conceding a free kick. There's nothing else for Swindon to do than to just try and fast forward their way through the next 30 minutes without conceding anymore. But
you know, so on my point at half time, so you bring this young lad on, Harry Gray. I'm sorry, I'm not sure how old he is, but you bring him on now with a way that it is, the way that the supporters are.
Here's Kinsella in towards Hutton here. Hutton tries to flick the cross into the 6-yard box, and it's not behind, and it's a corner.
You know, that's not a change that you kind of. The 5-0 or 6-0 down when he come, or 5-0 down when he come on, and now you know the supporters are obviously unhappy. It's not an introduction you want to bring a young lad into. You know what I mean? And what else can he do? He can't make any changes to kind of change the game in effect. So, you know, apart from getting the first 11 right and getting them spot on, there isn't anything he can do to change it or to get him going. I mean, he's not going to make changes after 10 minutes, granted, but you know, he's struggling for anything to do really, and I think it's unfair to bring the young lads on in a game like this, especially, you know, with a crowd. You know, the away players getting a standing ovation from the home crowd.
Yeah, no, there's generous applause for Boren from all sides of the ground here. Having completed his hat-trick, he can relax, and Kwame Thomas can come on, the former Derby Coventry striker and others. So Swindon have got a corner, and Van Stoppershoff, has he just helped that on the way? Although I think this might be retaken for some reason. So if you're joining us just after an hour, Aldershot are 7-0 up.
It's quite unbelievable, really, isn't it, when you think about it? And I don't really have a lot I don't know what else I can kind of say. They're just not really done anything.
Corner into the penalty area, won't reach Austin or Blake Tracy. I'm trying to think when Swindon last conceded 7. I think that's a fairly infamous occasion at Bolton. Mind you, Aldershot could be on for more here because they've broken away from the corner. Glover through the middle, Godwin Malife will get there, and Tolaj can't run onto it. Half an hour to go. Aldershot look potent every time they can grab the ball. Swindon are just the most frightened creatures you can imagine when they have to do anything called defending. Mahoney's trying to pass out from the back towards Kinsella, and that goes out of play. Yep, you've got Kittens who look more comfortable with a ball of wool than the Swindon backline with a ball.
But it started with Khan. He's got no one around him, and he's passed it a real bad pass to I think it's Godwin Malife, and it's just ruined it. And then he's had to go back to Mahoney, and again he's trying to take on.
This has come to Tolaj. I was expecting to shoot on the edge of the box there. He would have done, but for a late challenge from Kinsella. As Austin tries to win the ball back on the halfway line. Godwin Malife out towards Kemp here. Hutton wants this played forward. Kemp cuts towards the edge of the box and just dribbles into nowhere. And Widrington gets it, and Aldershot will look to release Thomas with a long ball forward, but Clayton can tidy that up, and on we go.
Yeah, it's just sloppy all round now, and I mean, you know, 7-0 down. What are you expecting? Even then,
Swindon have just given the ball again away from playing out the back. Tolaj is breaking towards the edge of the penalty area. He's brought down just outside the box by Khan, so Aldershot can have a shot on goal from the free kick and see if they can find an 8th goal here.
Yeah, I'm a bit. I mean, Mahoney, he's, like I said, he's been fantastic this season. With his feet, he's been pretty good. But I don't know what today. He just seems, you know, obviously the scoreline and the way that the game's gone. He looks a little bit shaken with it, maybe. But you know, again, he keeps trying this too hard to play out from the back, and he's giving it away 2 or 3 times now. Bad positions, or bad passes, or bad decisions to keep it, trying to take it past the centre forward. I'm not really sure what's going on there with him and what he's doing there. But now we've ended up with a bad ball out to Clayton, and it's come into the middle, and we've given away a free kick in a dangerous position.
Tolaj is interested in this. He's certainly one option. He looks the most likely with the left foot at the moment, although Aaron Jones could hit this with the right. It is Tolaj. He's shown mercy on Swindon because he's curled it over the bar. Swindon 0, Aldershot 7 out. Forgive me for going on a slight indulgence if any Aldershot fans we have listening on BBC Sounds, but talking about that 7-0 FA Cup game a long time ago, I was sort of covering mainly Brighton, but a little bit of Aldershot in for BBC Southern Counties, as it was then when around the sort of era where Gary Waddock was getting Aldershot into the Football League, and I'd speak to Ian McDonald fairly regularly as a long-serving shots player. He still remembered that 7-0 when I spoke to him about it with my sort of North Swindon's hat on. It was still a memory of pain.
He was my first youth team manager, Ian McDonald.
Lovely man
Yes.
as well. If he's listening, a long-serving player for Aldershot in their Football League days. I think he was there at the end, or the first version. Here's Kemp crossing into the back post for Swindon, and Van Stoppershop is there. So nostalgia time for me over. Back to the present, where Aldershot lead 7-0. I'm glad we got a mention for Ian McDonald. I feel better about that.
Yeah, he was my first at Millwall. He was my first youth team manager. Yeah, and you're right, a nice man. And I bumped into him a few times when I was playing for Aldershot, so it was nice to see him then. But sorry, back to the game. A ball in the box there from Swindon, but again, Swindon players at the far post. You know, if you've got someone running across the defenders and going towards the front post, you might get a header on that and have a decent chance, but nobody willing to take that chance.
Well, it's kind of transformed really from Swindon's perspective, from merely embarrassing to surreal. As Aldershot just put a routine ball down the right-hand side there. Stokes chases after it. Clayton is able to head it out and just avoid a corner. It is a throw-in for Aldershot down on the far side. 25 minutes to go.
Yeah, they've gone, you know, passing's not there, you know, even if they're trying to sort of rattle a few, that's not there. You know, simple passes are going everywhere. Just, it's not great. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not a nice place to be when you're 7-0 down at home, especially in an FA Cup game.
But this honestly, Phil, feels like it could be 10. Yeah. The way things are going, the way that Swindon's brains are just so scrambled by what's happened as Aldershot lift the ball into the box, and there's a flicked header, and that won't count. So number 8 must be delayed. The offside flag has gone up there, and well, Stokes who put it in looks absolutely mortified that doesn't count.
I'm not sure, but then again, I'm going to take it. But yeah, you're right, and he's just sort of, as you're saying it then, there's an example of it. You know, it could quite easily be more. You know, you're getting into double figures, which would be ridiculous, but Swindon just don't look like they've got anything to get into it. They look like, you know, they look like a boxing match in the 10th round, and the guy's been absolutely pummeled, and he's just standing there for target practice, and that's basically what it looks like. No one really getting anyone about, no one, like saying in the first half, grabbing anyone saying, listen, we need to do this, we need to do that, or pulling anyone aside. Everyone looks like they're in it for themselves at the minute, which is a bad thing to say, but I'm not really seeing any togetherness with them at all, or anything. It's just each to their own at the minute.
No, well, that's what they've kind of talked about, trying to build togetherness. Aldershot got a free kick here, about 35 yards out. That's just dinked into the box. Blake Tracy wins the initial header. Kemp comes and is able to clear up. Then Austin has gone forward early to try and chase. That'll be offside if it ever reaches him, but it'll come through to Van Stappershoff, who can feel the slight culture shock of having to do something. The Aldershot goalkeeper, and he just clears that quite confidently, and there's a free kick there by Stokes. And on we go. My phone is curiously lit up, and the message I just keep repeating is, what is going on?
Yeah.
That's the short answer. So in the Aldershot 7.
Yeah, again, just even then, defending there, and the ball bounced around on the edge of the box, and Swindon more occupied with trying to hold their man other than just clearing the ball and you know, bouncing off knees and a bit scrappy. You know, I don't understand it. The ball's there to be won, the ball's there to be dealt with, deal with it, you know, but not taking that chance. I mean, it's like I said, it's a difficult mentality when you're 7-0 down, what you're going to do, but they're not doing enough whatever it is.
Well, here's Austin in possession as Swindon look to attack wide on the left-hand side here. Blake Tracy tries to come forward, and he's dispossessed, and Minoga's trying to help Aldershot forward on the counter. Minoga sprints forward, clips the ball down the right-hand side, and that will go out of play. The Aldershot fans are quiet now. They've not scored for about 10 minutes.
I think they're knackered, because I went down at half-time for into the concourse, and it was they're right by the away fans, and it was rowdy, I got to be honest. So I would assume they're knackered. They've been celebrating all afternoon, and here they go again. They've had a little break.
Swindon attacking cross into the penalty box there. Hutton went for it. It was defended by Harfield and just knocked behind. for a corner. You can feel I think you can almost feel the sort of state of shock around all parts of the ground now the goals have temporarily abated. So here's a Swindon corner. Sorry then, Phil. Well, Kemp lifts it into the box. Aldershot head that away. Tolaj has it. They'll try and see if they can get the counter-attack going. And Khan has let that bounce when he looked favourite to win it. And Aldershot will play it forward towards Tolaj, who's on a hat-trick here. He's tried to put it through the feet of Godwin Malife, who's tripped him clumsily and concedes the free kick and will earn a yellow card. And there is nothing that Swindon can do defensively at the moment, it seems. The ball bounced, it looked there. They looked favourite to clear. Godwin Malife looked favourite to get there ahead of Tolaj, and in both cases it's Aldershot who came out on top. And great credit to them, because they're having a whale of a time and they are preying with great ruthlessness on every single moment of Swindon weakness that the home team has shown.
But again, it's Khan in there again, where the ball's bouncing and he's more worried about holding the man off than just dealing with the ball. He could just go to the ball, get it under control, play it back to the goalie, play it back to Godwin Malife, but no, he's more interested in holding the player off, trying to look, I don't know, but the time for that is gone. And then they've won. Then Aldershot have won it when they shouldn't have done, and then now we've got a dangerous free kick.
Which Glover takes, curls it into the box. That goes wide of the target. Down went Widrington there, quite spectacularly, but nothing given. Aldershot are going to bring on a couple of subs here, which they can enjoy for the record. If you're Swindon here, I don't know whether you try and bring on some of the other youngsters. So no hat trick for Tolaj. He's going to have to settle for two. Tommy Willard will come on to replace him, a former Southampton youngster, and Joe Haig, who has been at Chelsea. He will replace Josh Stokes. So Aldershot in the happy position where they can, I think they can consider they've got the game wrapped up, Phil, and they can rest players for their upcoming matches.
Yeah, it's all sewn up, as you can imagine. Make a few changes as they can, but yeah, but they still you still feel like they're not done with the scoring, and you know, again, yeah, they've been okay at Aldershot, and they've been good, and they've taken their chances, don't get me wrong, but they have not really had to work hard for the 7, and you can't argue that they have, but they have taken their chances when they've been given to them, which, you know, it is, you know, I think pretty much fact when you look at the game.
So I think this will almost certainly be creating all sorts of records in terms of the heaviest defeat for a league side against a National League side, and all sorts of stuff here as Van Stapasov plays this forward. Thomas heads it down. This should be Godwin Malife's on halfway. He's just being forced backwards. Swindon try and blink in complete bewilderment at quite what has hit them here, trailing by 7 goals to 0 at the moment. Hat-trick for Barham, 2 for Tolaj as well. Swindon trying to win the ball here about 25 yards out from goal. Minoga just about gets it away, but concedes a throw, and Aldershot having to whack it into the stands again. Yeah, and you know, sometimes you got players in individual sports. As Swindon attack inside the penalty area, Kinsella tries to hook the ball back across the box, and I think his attempted cross takes a deflection, double deflection, back off Kinsella last. It's a goal kick.
Now, I mean, I know what I think, but have you seen anyone that's really looked like they want to make a difference in this game? Really thought to themselves, hang on a minute, something needs to be done. Need to take the game by the scruff of the neck, trying to kind of get the you know, spark the atmosphere, spark the team off, do anything like that? Because I don't think I've seen that.
I think if I'm going to stretch that definition to its outer limits, occasionally you've seen when Kemp's got the ball, he's tried to sort of run and be positive and see if he can do things, but you know, we're talking very, as I say, working from the lowest possible base here. Here's a ball forward aimed towards Kemp just outside the penalty area, who's got in a tangle initially with Harris. He's done well to keep hold of the ball. Kemp here, Kemp still going across the box, tries to finish, and Dan Kemp scores with a left-footed shot into the bottom corner. and Swindon have a goal back. 16 minutes left. Swindon 1, Aldershot 7, and there's a certain amount of ironic cheering going on wherever you look round the ground.
And there you go. You named him. And to be fair, yeah, you could put him as probably one of the not shining light in the game, but when he has gotten a ball, which has not been very often, he's tried to do a little bit, which is what he does, and he's done the same there. He got afforded a little bit of time. He got on the wrong side or the right side of the defender, who was trying to bring him down, and he rode the challenge, and then just cut inside and a decent little finish into the near post.
I think they made Aldershot angry. Willard was coming forward there. Swindon have nicked the ball there, and there is a foul on Kemp by Frost. And that will be a free kick, and could be a yellow card for Frost as well. And it is. But in the grand scheme of things, what on earth does it matter? Swindon 1, Aldershot 7.
No, and Kemp, obviously, again, what does it matter? You know, 7-0, you want to show a bit of 7-1, show a bit of passion, which he's done, but then he could have just quite easily been put in the book there as well for going after him and shoving him, so he's got to be careful, because it's not worth taking a booking in a game like this now.
There's Hutton trying to come in, and that's a foul. And yep, some of these tackles are like getting sort of ragged and a bit kind of petulant, a bit frustrated from Swindon, and they have to maintain some semblance of discipline and professionalism here in the face of this quite spectacular humiliation by Aldershot.
Well, I wouldn't mind seeing that after 15 minutes, Andrew. Do you know what I mean? At least it shows like that there's, well, hang on a minute, we need to sort of do something to disrupt them, or to ourselves to get the crowd on side or something. And you know, it's taken to the 76th minute for someone to put in a bit of a challenge like that, where it is a bit sort of questionable, you know. And I don't think that's good enough. And you can argue, oh, well, that's not what the game's about, and you know, fouling people or that. So it is about that.
Physicality is one aspect.
Yeah, it's about stamping your authority, about getting the crowd on side, about influencing the game, doing something. But it's just been far too passive up until you know, that point where he's put, you know, Kemp's had a shot, and I think the only shot really that's worked the goalkeeper throughout the whole game. So, and that's what, 76 minutes, and not really what you would expect.
And it was, yeah, it really was a very much a sort of individual goal by Kemp. Picked up the ball outside the penalty. I just managed to turn inside. Harris got the shot in and squeezed the ball inside Van Stappershoff's left-hand post. It's a long way for Van Stappershoff to go down, the giant goalkeeper. Swindon 1, Aldershot 7 here. This is Godwin Malife breaking down the right-hand side. Hutton's initially nipped past one man, but can't nip past two. Hutton looks up, curls across into the box. Gray's tried to think to play that back, but it's behind Austin. And Aldershot happy to clear. There as everyone goes through the weird motions of this quite remarkable FA Cup tie. It will be talked about for many, many years. Kemp is on another run forward here, just outside the penalty area, takes another shot and scores again. Swindon 2, Aldershot 7. Dan Kemp is on a hat-trick. He's into double figures for the season, and he alone is trying to rescue something from the crushing ignominy for Swindon.
Well, it was like role reversal there. You know, Kemp's got the ball and he's running at Aldershot. They've all just backing off him, giving him plenty of time. He's cut inside, just around middle of the goal, and a fantastic finish into the right hand side. But like I said, a bit of role reversal there. Aldershot just not getting close to him, just backing off, not really getting tight, giving him space and time, and like we know that he can, a decent finish into that same right hand side.
Well, even if Kemp gets a hat-trick, I think Aldershot's Barham will be getting the match ball after that. So here's Swindon trying to attack down the left-hand side. Khan's won a free kick. And Swindon will bring some players forward here for this set piece. Well, what would have happened if MK Dons had not allowed him to play, Phil?
Well, and that's, you know, that's something to say. You know, you can't say really. I don't think it would have been much difference if Young was playing, but you know, if Kemp wasn't playing, yeah, it wouldn't have been great.
Here's the free kick into the box. Didn't reach Khan. Aldershot are trying to just defend from deep here, and the ball goes out of play for a throw. I think the Kemp goals have just added more of the kind of surreality to the afternoon rather than be a profound indication of anything significant. 2 good goals as they've been.
Well, I think what it shows is that obviously that however bad the first half was, it was 4. I think it was 4 at half time. That, you know, if it was 4-2 now, you'd be thinking to yourselves, well, hang on a minute, we've still got a chance of getting a replay or something out of it. Do you know what I mean?
Here is Kemp now in central midfield, just looking up, seeing if there's a bit of movement in front of him. Kinsella. And, if it doesn't go near Kemp, it's not going anywhere from Swindon's point of view. Blake Tracy's lost it. Throw in to Aldershot, who leads 7-2 here with 10 minutes to go.
I mean, listen, don't get me wrong. It is kind of false because they're 7-0 up. So they're not going to be putting the same intensity into their defending or, you know, as they would have done if they was 1-0 up. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, you got to take that into a bit of consideration, you know, that they're getting 2 quick goals back. But, you know, it just shows if he'd come out in the second half with a bit more determination, then anything really could have happened then. But as we've seen, what did happen at the beginning of the second half wasn't great, and we are where we are.
And that is embarrassed from Swindon's perspective, and well, just beautifully stunned from Aldershot's point of view, leading even if it is 7-2 rather than 7-0. Here's Godwin Malife on a run forward here, pokes it out wide to Hutton on the right hand side. Swindon dutifully throw players into the penalty box, but it goes deep towards Kinsella and Clayton. Here is Kemp. Kemp looks up, tries to curl across into the box, and Aldershot can defend comfortably. Clayton finds Kemp again, another low cross from Kemp, not entirely convincingly cleared by Minoga, but he got a foot on it and got it away to safety from Aldershot's point of view, and Glover back to Harris. And there's 8.5 minutes left. Swindon 2, Aldershot 7.
Yeah, and now Kemp's getting on the ball a bit more. He is looking better, but like I say, I'm not convinced by that now, especially with where the time and the goal's gone in. It's not easy to play when you're 7-0 down. It's just too late to kind of get about it a bit. But you know, at least he's doing something.
Willard for Aldershot. This is broken towards the edge of the box. Purposeful run from Frost. Haig has it outside the box. Might as well shoot. Hutton's blocked it. And Brewitt can head this down. This finds Austin. He's not got too much help in front of him. Tried to pick out the run of Gray on the left-hand side. I'm sympathetic to Austin because there wasn't really any other help.
No, but it's still a bad ball. He could have got it to him, you know, but that's just the way that Swindon have been all afternoon.
So Swindon have found Kemp again here. Kemp's all on his own. Harris just blocks him off this time, and Harfield back to the goalkeeper. Well, Kemp has provided a temporary diversion for Swindon until the final whistle goes. Trailing 7-2 here. He's the third player of this game to score a brace. Barham went on to get a hat-trick. There's Hutton, poor ball to the edge of the area, beyond Khan, who bangs the turf in irked frustration. But, you know, there we are. Here's Khan on the right-hand side. Khan looks up, low cross into the box. Harris has got lots of time to just sidle forward here and come on a run. And the pass wasn't necessarily the best, but he's found Haig on the left-hand side. And we're in the bizarre period. There's going to be a couple of extra subs from both teams here. Swindon are going to throw on Sonny Hart for a few minutes, and Fletcher Hubbard is going to come on as well, and Aldershot will be able to give an outing to Dejan Tetek, the former Reading player, among others. The substitute for them about to come on is Maxwell Mullins, but it's all just admin at this point. Kemp plays a ball down the right hand side. Hutton with the cross into the box for Swindon. Aldershot rise, hit it clear without too much trouble there, and we'll try and see if they can counter-attack. And there's no real sort of specific kind of purpose or form to the game, is there? Aldershot can sit back, chill, and just be ready to frighten Swindon on the counter-attack.
Yeah, and that's why it's a bit false now, that the possession Swindon have got, because I mean, you can't put a positive spin on this game really anyway, but now it's just Aldershot, like you say, they're just like games in the bag. Yeah, you don't want to concede, but sort of you don't want to get injured or don't want to get booked either.
Oh, Kemp breaks into the box here, and Glover just harasses him effectively, and Kemp wins Swindon a corner.
Yeah, well, Aldershot are tired. They've been celebrating a lot as well, so there's that, and they look a bit leggy now. I've got to be honest, they do. They put a lot in this afternoon, and Kemp's getting the better of them on this right-hand side at the minute. But again, too late, and I don't want to say it's easy to play when you're 7-0 down, but when they're not got the same intensity, then it is easier for him. But it's all too late and should have been done a long time ago by all of them, as we all know, and I'm sort of repeating myself, I know, but it's just frustrating.
Yep, so Aldershot making the changes. Maxwell Mullins, the young defender, comes on to replace Ryan Glover on the left-hand side. And like I say, we're also going to see Dejan Tetek come on here as well. For Aldershot, I think he's replaced Widrington. So double change coming from Swindon here, and Seydou Khan is going to come off to be replaced by the youngster Fletcher Hubbard, so home debut for him, and Sonny Hart will come on as well. So just check who the other sub. I think it's Brewitt who's come off. Yep, so he's walking away. So so Hubbard on for Swindon for the last few seconds.
He could be man of the match already.
BBC Radio Wiltshire, it's Swindon 2, it's Aldershot 7. Aldershot did lead by 7-0 at one stage. Swindon put the corner low in towards the near post. Austin was the target. It's blocked. It's out with Kemp here. Kemp's not got a massive amount of help. Hubbard, the youngster, is on, and he'll go back to Godwin Malife. And here is Hubbard. At some point, both teams will wake up from the current unreality that is facing them. They will see the newspaper scoreline printed down, written down, wherever, on the BBC website, and it will dawn on them on quite what a unbelievable, and I do use that word lightly, occasion it has been. Godwin Malife to Austin, who turns, shoots on the edge of the box and puts it over the town end.
Yeah, Swindon have been, a little passing around, not really doing much with it. Again, Aldershot not really putting the same intensity into shutting down as much as they had been earlier on in the game, and the ball's just dropped out to Charlie Austin, and he's had a pop shot, probably out a bit of frustration from outside the box, and it's cleared the town in. So again, not a great bit of play.
It would feel somehow unfair if Swindon had the last word with the 2 goals at the moment on the whole balance of things. 81333 for your texts. Put Wilts in front of those. Twitter is at BBC Wilt Sport. As well, Austin for Swindon, who turns this down the left in the kind of direction of the youngster Gray. Let's say everything is just a slightly bizarre spectacle. It's in a film somewhere. It just feels all a little bit like a dream sequence at the moment, as the Aldershot fans start to olay as they play the ball back to Van Stoppershoff. But Swindon will of course have to look at themselves collectively, but so will Mike Flynn, having changed things around with his defence and changed it about 10 minutes into the game after they were about 3-0 down. Tetek has it for Aldershot. So they're just working the ball comfortably at the moment around with Frost and so on and so forth. And Harris, and just popped into midfield. Of course, there's no particular pressure on here. Aldershot 3 up inside the opening 10 minutes, 4-0 up by half-time. Here's Kwame Thomas, and he's just managed to get away from Sonny Hart there, who's on at the back, and a little bit lucky to get that decision, I think.
Well, I think Kemp's a bit lucky as well, because he's gone in with his forearm onto the centre back there, and I think he's a bit lucky not to get giving the free kick or putting the book there. I think that was out of frustration, that he's done that, because I mean it's the Olays and all that sort of stuff. It's hard to take when for them and it's not their own doing. Don't get me wrong, but he's lucky not to get booking or worse there, to be honest.
Swindon hit a free kick long, which Blake Tracy heads down towards the edge of the box. Aldershot clear, leading by 7 goals to 2. Austin can't get hold of it, and the Subtetek will try and get their Swindon look to win it back, but it won't drop to them on the edge of the box. Here's Hubbard. Hubbard's put under pressure, and that pass will go out of play. BBC Radio Wiltshire, like I say, 1333 for your text, but Wilt's in front of those. Twitter is at BBC Wilt Sport. 5 more minutes before, from Aldershot's point of view, the champagne can be uncorked and the pictures can be taken, and from Swindon the dark surgical inquest into the deepest recesses of the Wiltshire body can get underway. Aldershot trying to attack here, but Hart does well to win it and clear it, and Austin heads it towards. But yeah, there's not many words left to say. It's just everyone trying to motor through the action here as the youngster Hubbard has possession. Godwin Malife in towards Kemp. Hubbard half tackled on the edge of the box, back with Kemp again about 25 yards out, tries to skip past one man. Swindon have it again with Godwin Malife just outside the penalty area. Aldershot with pretty much everyone back here. Hutton looks up, throws across into the box, downward header from Austin, and there is a third for Swindon. Austin looks round, checks he's not offside, and what a strange afternoon it's been. Swindon make the scoreline look just plain bizarre. Swindon 3, Aldershot 7.
Well, the first time that he's made that run where he's sort of between the middle of the goal and the front post, he's got his head on it, and it's a great header. It's a good ball in from Hutton. We've had those balls in, not all day, but they're the better balls that have been like that, and everyone's been at the far post. The first time that he got sort of across the defender and he's got his head on it, and it's a decent finish there from Austin. But again, too little, obviously too late. But something that we've kind of been able to see that would help if somebody would run across the front, and he's done it and scored. So yeah, again, bizarre scoreline.
Yeah, handball there from Kinsella. This does remind me a little bit of the bit in Fever Pitch where Nick Hornby is horrified by the Swindon fans and all the rest of the 1969 League Cup, and then he looks at the photos of next week and he can't understand how the players are enjoying the win next week. But that's the strange thing, it all comes around quickly, and somehow Swindon have to deal with this spanking they have been handed and face Colchester on Tuesday. And Aldershot are breaking down towards the byline here, cross into the box, that's over hit beyond the strikers, and it's 7-3 here. So there's a ball from Hutton given away, and Aldershot have it in midfield, and at the back Harris through the middle. Willard can break forward here as Aldershot are determined to have the final word. Austin wins the ball cleanly. Hutton is somehow playing as an auxiliary striker here. This is with Hubbard. Hubbard is sort of caught in midfield. He's a tiny figure, little Fletcher Hubbard, and he can't get hold of the ball in the end. The Aldershot midfield is just too physically strong for him. 7-3, Aldershot lead here. And the Sages who said, well, there are probably going to be goals in this. We give you many congratulations as Aldershot just give the ball away. 75 seconds to go. Oh, there we go, Phil. Well, normally you'd have a look around. This is a thing from Swindon's point of view, isn't it? Normally you look round and you'd say, we have to make changes here. A number of players have dropped below the standards I expect, but when the players have dropped below the standards you'd expect, you're asking 16 or 17-year-olds to potentially try and replace them.
And it's unfair, and you wouldn't expect them to be able to, because they'd be in the squad if they could. And like I said earlier, there's been sort of signs that it's not all rosy, you know, leading up to the game. It's not like a complete surprise that we've not put in a performance today, because there's been signs. You know, we haven't had one win in 5 and not great performances. So, like I said earlier, not had the opportunity to change things around and threaten players with changing them or read them the riot act or anything.
Here's Hutton. Hutton looks up. It's not a bad cross into the back post, and Austin heads in another one. Swindon 4, Aldershot 7 now, with about 25 seconds to go. It's just plain bizarre. Aldershot have absolutely humbled Swindon for the vast majority of the game, but the scoreline gets more and more peculiar.
Well, I mean, I can see someone down there going, "Oh, see, look, it's that easy." But do you know what? Then no, when you're 7-0 down, it is easier to score against a team because they ain't putting the same in. So, you know, there you go.
And the referee blows the final whistle. Swindon 4, Aldershot 7. But don't let that kid you. In the history of Swindon's humblings by non-league sides in the 21st century, this is the most damning, embarrassing and shaming of the lot, despite those late goals from Kemp and Austin. They were 7-0 down after 65 minutes to their National League opponents, who revelled in the timidity and weakness of their defending and punished them gleefully and deservedly for every chance they got. Hat-trick for Jack Barham, couple of goals for Laurent Tollage as well. Swindon were woeful for the vast majority of it, and the scoreline suggests that they may merely have been beaten, but believe me, that was far, far worse. Tip of the hat to Aldershot. May they have good luck and good progress in the next round, because they were utterly ruthless, even though it says Swindon 4, Aldershot 7. So.
Yeah, and like you say, I don't think Swindon are value for the 4 goals. You know, Aldershot gave up towards the end, but they obviously didn't have the same intensity. You know, they'd won the game after 60 minutes, 70 minutes, so that's where their head was at. So, you know, Swindon weren't going to get back in the game with the goals that they got, you know, towards the end. And like you say, it wasn't a great performance from start to finish. Aldershot took their chances well. They were given chances. You know, they didn't have to work too hard, but when they were given the opportunity, they took them with some great finishes. And great little bits of play, but Swindon just weren't at the races. Defending wasn't really there at all. Attacking wise, didn't really create many chances at all either. No devilment really, just aimless balls into the box. No one really attacking it. No little through balls or 1-2s that we kind of see sort of with Kemp sometimes when he's running and little runs off people. None of that was going on today. And Aldershot were good value for their victory today. You know, obviously Swindon are going to be very disappointed, and the manager's going to have to read them the riot act, I assume.
Well, a great day for Aldershot, one of their happiest since dropping out of the Football League more than 30 years ago. Not quite as grand as getting back into the Football League as they did, but to come to a side a division above you in the Football League and just cut them apart at joyful will. They'll talk about it for years, and so will Swindon fans, but in hushed tones, the like of which will say, "Why dare you talk of the day we met Aldershot at home in the FA Cup?" Swindon 4, Aldershot 7.
What an extraordinary game of football, and what a brilliant commentary from Andrew Hawes and Phil Smith. It is for Swindon Town not a day to say I was there, because at 7-0, on course for the heaviest home defeat ever, but 7-4 is the final score. And Aldershot are having their own party with their 1,200 fans away in the corner of the stand between the Archer's John Trollope and the empty Stratford Bank. And it is they who progress into the second round draw tomorrow afternoon. Swindon Town regroup for Colchester. Promotion's always been the priority. League 2 Tuesday night, and another blank first weekend in December. What do you make of what you've seen? What do you make of what you've heard? If you were here in the 6,000 plus crowd, or if you've listened from afar on the BBC Sounds app, we welcome your views. Texting 81333, WhatsApping 08000 321 333. Wiltshire at the start of those messages. Call 08000 283366. Email stfc@bbc.co.uk, or on Twitter it is @BBCWiltSport. And the 7 goals conceded, Andrew mentioned in the commentary, Bolton away in the late 90s. There was also a 7-1 at Nottingham Forest in the noughties, 7-1 at Newcastle in the Premier League. But 7-4 at home to a team 21 places below them in the football pyramid That takes some believing, and Aldershot, well, they're going to savour this moment for a long, long time. Now, the players were sent back out in terms of a timeline at the start of the second half early by manager Michael Flynn. Whether he'll keep them in for a while or whether he'll say his piece and be out to us in a short while, we will hear that definitive post-match interview here on BBC Radio Wiltshire shortly. 7-4. Phil, it all went wrong from what, 30 seconds from kickoff?
Yeah, it did. And they didn't really recover. Well, they did for a little bit. And at 3-0 with 10 minutes gone, you still think to yourself that Swindon have got a chance. You know, because we know they can score goals. You expect them to create chances. And they didn't really do that. You know, like I said, they did have a little bit of pressure, and they looked like they could have scored a goal. They didn't take any chance. They didn't create anything sort of cutting edge. And then they got suckered, you know, made mistakes again towards the end of the first half and conceded again. And from that point then, I think Swindon's heads dropped, and that was it from then on, really.
Most embarrassing question of the day is man of the match, or it's so bad we can just defer and put 0 in the column. We summarise your selections across the season, the pundits pick. What do you think?
Well, I do struggle to think of anyone to give it to. If you want to make an argument for Kent, I'd make an argument that it's too late and it's easy to play when you're not easy to play, but it's not the same when you're 7-0 down and the team you're playing against aren't as good. But he was probably the better player, but I struggle to kind of justify giving someone a man of the match on a game like that, to be honest. I know it happens sometimes, and you know, they're only human, they're not robots, and you know, I think the squad depth is a thing to play with it. But I mean, for what it's worth, I probably would say that he was the better Swindon player, but that was only really the last 15 minutes when the game was over and Aldershot had started celebrating.
The applause you can hear reverberating around the stadium is for Tommy Widdrington, the Aldershot manager, who's finally, eventually going to go back down the tunnel as a victorious FA Cup first-round manager. Of course, he had some success with Salisbury a few years ago, but leading his players to the most unlikeliest of victories today. That is on shock watch. It's the biggest shock of the day. Elsewhere, 8th tier Ramsgate have beaten national lead Woking, and 6th tier Scarborough have taken Swindon Town's fellow League 2 team Forest Green to a replay. But Aldershot have knocked Swindon Town out 7-4. Let's go through the scores. Northampton 1, Barrow 3 earlier. AFC Wimbledon 5, Cheltenham 1, Alfreton 2, Worthing 0, Bolton 4, Solihull Moors 0, Bradford 1, Wickham 2, Bristol Rovers 7-2 winners at home to Whitby, Cambridge 2, Bracknell 1, Chesham 0, Maidstone 2, Chester 0, York 0, Curzon Ashton 0, Barnet 1, Doncaster 2-2 with Accrington, Eastleigh 5-1 winners at home to Boreham Wood, Exeter 0, Wigan 2, Hereford 0, Gillingham 2, Leyton Orient 3, Carlisle 1, Lincoln 1, Morecambe 2, Marine 1, Harrogate 5, Newport 2, Oldham 0, Notts County 3, Crawley 2, Luke Williams versus Scott Lindsay, Oxford 2-0 winners home to Maidenhead, Peterborough 2-2 with Salford, Port Vale 0-0 with Burton, so there are some replays. Ramsgate 2, Woking 1, as mentioned. Reading 3-2 winners at home to MK Dons. Scarborough Forest Green finished 1-1, so they're back at the new lawn the week after next. Shrewsbury 3, Colchester 2. Swindon Town are at Colchester on Tuesday night, remember. Stevenage 4-3 winners at home to Tranmere. Stockport 5, Worksop 1. Sutton 2, Fylde 1. Yeovil 3, Gateshead 2. Still to come, Bromley versus Blackpool. Mansfield against Wrexham. But this is the biggest upset of the day. Swindon Town 4, Aldershot 7. Let me move on from there to the Premier League results today. In the lunchtime kickoff, Manchester United 1-0 winners at Fulham, thanks to a 91st minute goal from Bruno Fernandes. This afternoon, Man City have gone top 6-1. They beat Bournemouth at the Etihad. Doku, Silva twice, Akanji, Foden and Ake on target. Everton 1, Brighton 1. Mikolenko opened the scoring. Ashley Young own goal, all square at Goodison. Brentford 3, West Ham 2. Brentford 3, West Ham 2 is a full-time. Burnley 0, Crystal Palace 2, Schlupp and Mitchell the scorers there. Sheffield United 2, Wolves 1. That's their first 3 points of the season. Sheffield United 2, Wolves 1. And of course it is Arsenal at Newcastle, which kicks off at 5:30. The local non-league scores in National South. Chippenham 4-2 winners at home to Eastbourne. That's their first victory in a while. Let's move on to the Southern Premier League after that. Basingstoke 4, Supermarine 3, so they've knocked them out of the FA Trophy and they've deprived them their first league win again today. Harrow Borough against Salisbury. It's so noisy here. Harrow 2, Salisbury 3, so they maintain their pursuit of top team Gosport. And Division 1 South, reminder, Tavistock versus Melksham was postponed. A goalless draw, second versus first. Bemerton Harlequins are home to Wimborne. And Westbury 3, Poulton 4. 7-goal thriller there. 11 goals here. Unfortunately, Swindon Town conceded 7 of them. At one stage, 7-0 down against Aldershot. And with Paul Plowman, the club statistician, alongside me, we were looking through the record books. And Ipswich 6-0 here in the 90s was as bad as it got. But 2 goals for Kemp, 2 goals for Austin in the added 5 minutes at the end of the game, 7-4. But it was not that close. Swindon Town 4, Aldershot 7. Swindon Town out of the FA Cup at the first round stage again.
Sue Davis.
Fatima Whitbread, MBE. Tell us a bit about your childhood.
I was abandoned as a baby, as some would say, left to die. A neighbour heard a baby crying and she hadn't seen anybody coming or going to the flat, so she called the police, who banged the door down and came and rescued that baby, which was myself, and then spent the next 14 years of my life in children's homes.
Sue Davis.
Luke Gittins, a singer-songwriter from Cardiff. The encounter with Ed Sheeran, how did that kind of all come about?
I was posting covers online. What I didn't realise is that Ed Sheeran would see it. So when I went to his gig, he just pulled me up on stage.
Sue Davis.
Weekdays from 10.
BBC Radio Wiltshire. The sound of Wiltshire.
The talk of the town.
BBC Radio Wiltshire.
And Hutton, who's already slotted in at left back, heads it away, and here Aldershot just outside the box for the low ball into the box from Glover, and the visitors score inside the first 30 seconds of this FA Cup tie. Jack Barham, I think, has swept it home, and Swindon are behind before they've even touched the ball against the non-leaguers. Swindon 0, Aldershot 1. And Mahoney has come out of his goal here, and he's in trouble as Aldershot try and clip the ball in, and there's an attempted and ambitious lob, and Aldershot have scored again through Barham out on the left side of the penalty area. It is 2 goals in the opening 3.5 minutes. 1,200 Aldershot fans and the Swindon crowd cannot believe what they are seeing. Swindon 0, Aldershot 2. And Tyler Frost, who just floats this one up in towards Barham. Blake Tracy has missed his header. Barham could be in for the hat-trick. He's cut it back-heeled in towards Aldershot midfielder, and Stokes has made it 3-0 inside the opening 10 minutes. And this is an absolute rout by the non-league team, who have cut Swindon apart at will in every attack. 2 for Barham and 1 for Stokes. Swindon 0, Aldershot 3, and there are not 10 minutes on the clock. Carter made a great run through the middle for him. Shade can't win it. Aldershot with a chance to break Barham. That's cleverly flicked forward by Frost. Tolai is onside here. Left side of the penalty area shoots, and Aldershot have 4 before half-time. And Swindon are being humiliated by a ruthless display from the non-league team here. They are heading out of the FA Cup, and they are being body slammed out of the FA Cup. Swindon 0, Aldershot 4. And it is the former Swindon player, Cian Harris, who's been on penalty duties for Aldershot this season, who can mark his return to the county ground if he wants, with a goal here. 4-0 Aldershot lead. And Harris, whose spell here was brief and unhappy, comes up, steps up and rolls the ball down the middle, and it is Swindon Town 0, Aldershot 5 here in the FA Cup first round. And in the 21st century of Swindon FA Cup disasters, this is breaking new ground in style. Aldershot have flicked this through the middle. Tolaj is in here, hits a shot, is in 6-0. It's a superb volley from Tolaj at the end of the area, and the 7 is absolutely on here. Aldershot has started the second half with the efficiency they did in the first. That's probably the pick of the goals, but there's so many to choose from. Swindon 0, Aldershot 6. Glover, the left wing back's gone inside the penalty, flicks it across goal, and there is number 7, and 1983 has been avenged by Aldershot perfectly when they lost 7-0 here in the FA Cup. A simple header in from the edge of the 6-yard box, and it is surely for Swindon the worst day in their FA Cup history and the finest hour for Aldershot. as a non-league side. The most crushing humiliation that Swindon could possibly conceive of. Jack Barham with a deserved hat-trick. Swindon 0, Aldershot 7. As here's a ball forward aimed towards Kemp, just outside the penalty area, who's got in a tangle initially with Harris. He's done well to keep hold of the ball. Kemp here, Kemp still going. Across the box, tries to finish, and Dan Kemp scores with a left-footed shot into the bottom corner. And Swindon have a goal back. 16 minutes left. Swindon 1, Aldershot 7. And there's a certain amount of ironic cheering going on wherever you look round the ground. Kemp is on another run forward here, just outside the penalty area, takes another shot and scores again. Swindon 2, Aldershot 7. Dan Kemp is on a hat-trick, he's into double figures for the season, and he alone is trying to rescue something from the crushing ignominy for Swindon. Swindon have it again with Godwin Malife, just outside the penalty area. Aldershot with pretty much everyone back here. Hutton looks up, throws across into the box, downward header from Austin, and there is a third for Swindon. Austin looks round, checks he's not offside, and what a strange afternoon it's been. Swindon make the scoreline look just plain bizarre. Swindon 3, Aldershot 7. Here's Hutton. Hutton looks up, it's not a bad cross into the back post, and Austin heads in another one. Swindon 4, Aldershot 7 now, with about 25 seconds to go. It's just plain bizarre. Aldershot have absolutely humbled Swindon for the vast majority of the game, but the scoreline gets more and more peculiar.
The talk of the town.
BBC Radio Wiltshire.
45 minutes or so to muse over that. Michael Flynn, as soon as he becomes available. Swindon Town are out of the FA Cup, and how? 3 changes in the starting lineup today. Brewitt was back, Kemp was allowed to play, Minton preferred the heart of defence for Clayton, who was a sub. Kinsella back on the bench, Hepburn Murphy out through injury, we understand, and Jake Young cup-tied. Kids made up the bench as well, following on from last weekend. Hart, Abodo and Alston, Fletcher Hubbard and Harry Gray were amongst the 9 substitutes for the FA Cup. And as you heard, Swindon Town were 3 down inside 9 minutes. Kinsella replaced McEachran, probably injury related. He'd taken a bang to the head just before half-time. 45 plus 6, during which time Aldershot extended their lead. 4-0 at half-time, and we wondered what on earth was going on. 5-0 within 2 minutes of the restart, that Kean Harris penalty against his former club. 6-0. Prompted a couple of changes 5 minutes later. Clayton for Minton, youngster Gray for Shade. 58 minutes, it was 7-0, Barham completing his hat-trick. Then with 15 minutes to play, it wasn't really a comeback. Aldershot was 7-0 up by this stage. Dan Kemp made it 7-1. 3 minutes later, he made it 7-2. A couple of changes with 4 minutes of the 90 to go for the kids to come on. Hubbard and Hart for Khan and Brewitt, respectively. The board was shown for 90 plus 5, after which Charlie Austin scored 2 to make it 7-4 in the final analysis. Michael Flynn soon, your views as well. Calls and texts and tweets and emails and WhatsApps and the like. We'll pick up on these with Phil Smith, who's been watching with us this afternoon. Let's start here. Did Swindon not realise it was Aldershot and not Argentina? The shirts must have confused them. I'm sure, like everyone else who had the misfortune to attend today, has words to say. This has got to be the worst I've ever seen in 40 odd years. Dylan and Dylan's dad. I mentioned Ipswich winning here 6-0 in the 90s. Not sure if 7 have ever been scored here in terms of the margin of victory. Grumpy Keb, what can I say other than it makes me think? I really don't know what to think. It was one of those kinds of afternoon. Thank you for getting in touch. So the messages roll on. I bought my daughter today. I told her if she misbehaves, I'll bring her again. From Andrew in Trowbridge. Red Panda, the darkest day in our club's history and the culmination of 18 months of negligence and disrespect from the board. The direction of travel is clear. If Clem doesn't sell, our very existence as an EFL side is at risk. Daz, being a Swindon fan, there are highs and there are lows, but this is the absolute pits. Embarrassing, truly embarrassing. Words fail me on that performance. And if Swindon had woken up 15 minutes earlier, I think they could have made a famous comeback. Come on, 8-7, says Major Gavin, rather optimistically. Just one more for the moment from the South Coast Reds. Our start pulled the wool over a lot of people's eyes. Clem has got to invest and comparisons with Lee Power in the previous regime. Well, we've done it every week for a little while, Phil. Squad depth. He looked at the bench, he could make no changes. We had the first teamers who were out today. Divine, the long-term injury. Ben Ward, the loanee from Burnley. Tariq Awakwe's injured. Jake Kane's injured. Rushan Hepburn-Murphy's injured. Jake Young's not allowed to play by his parent club. So we're down to 15 senior pros.
Yeah, and it showed, you know. And like I was saying, you know, during the game, there's been points maybe if you had a bigger squad or you had players back fit, then I think the manager would have made little more changes, you know, in the lead up to it and tried different things, or tried, you know, to just freshen it up a bit. You know, you got to think about, you know, legs. You know, you're talking about injuries, you got to talk about fatigue with the other ones that are playing, and you're not really probably been able to move it around as much as you probably wanted. Especially when, I mean, it's fine when you're winning, but when the results aren't really going for you, then you need to, you know, freshen up a little bit, which he hasn't really been able to done in recent weeks. And today it kind of looked like, yeah, there just was no life in Swindon today, you know, from start to finish. All right, maybe the last 10 minutes, but that didn't mean anything by then. And yeah, the squad depth seems to be, you know, the main culprit for it.
We just need to make sure that Andrew can hear us, and then we can hear him with Michael Flynn as soon as the manager emerges. By the end of the game, 55% possession for Swindon Town, 11 shots, 6 on target. They had 13 shots, 9 on target, and 7 of them were goals. 7-1 the corners for Swindon, but all to no avail. 10-8 on the fouls. And I suppose if one moment, Phil, if you can talk us through, it's going to sum up the performance, certainly in the first half. The corner down here on the left-hand side in front of the clock. I don't know what was going on.
Well, it's one of them that if it had come off, you kind of feel like it would have done something. You know, it would have created something at least. But yeah, he's just passed it straight out from the corner. And you're right, it summed up Swindon in the day. You know, even when they had their spell where they were playing well, there were moments where they do little things well, and then do things that were absolute, you know, unforgivable, like 10 yard passes going awry, and then Aldershot, you know, coming back. And then obviously the goal that came after a decent spell from Swindon was of Swindon's downfall. You know, a bad defending, little touch, letting Aldershot get in, and you know, and the game's gone then. But like, it's just littered with just little mistakes, bad mistakes, you know, throughout the whole game.
We're just talking about this off air. Somebody somewhere in the BBC has confirmed they are the first ever non-league side to score 7 against a Football League team in the FA Cup in 150 plus years. That's not a stat that Swindon Town will want to reflect on. The first FA Cup meeting between the two teams. Swindon Town have lost each of their last 4 home games, make that 5 now in the FA Cup, and 3 of them against non-league opponents. As we wait for Michael Flynn, and Andrew referenced some of these in the commentary, we can take you through the teams that have knocked us out down the years. And this is right up there. Since the turn of the century, Coventry, that was in the 3rd round, obviously at different times. Man City, that was in the 3rd round back in 01-02. 2-3 was the Oxford defeat. Then Wickham, Notts County went on to play Arsenal, Boston, Crystal Palace, Barnet, Histon, Fulham, Crawley, Leicester, Macclesfield in back-to-back years, Cheltenham, Rochdale, Eastleigh, Stevenage, more recently Woking, Cheltenham, Darlington, Man City. 4-0 against Stockport last night was bad enough, and 7-4 against Aldershot here at the County Ground today. I'm not sure it'd be therapy, but there's trawls through the archives on our special Sport at 6 programme last night. Looking forward to the FA Cup. I'm glad we did it last night and not saving it for the 2nd round. You can have some memories and put some meat on the bone to some of those performances and results. 6 till 7 last night on BBC Sounds. Tonight we're standing by for Michael Flynn to have his say. Phil, we can't second guess what the manager's going to say, but the sort of chopping and changing, I know it was a different time, but Aussie Ardiles, when they were winning, played the same team 22 games in a row. Literally, we're discussing who was going to be the sub at Wembley. Here, he tinkered with the personnel and where they played at the start, didn't he? Godwin Malife was the right wing back, Hutton was the left wing back. It was a surprise. I'm sure it surprised the opposition, but he changed it within 10 minutes. Yeah,
I think in those days, though, everyone was in the same boat. You know, you had 12 players in the squad, and that was that really, and so everyone was in the same boat. So it didn't really show up as much when you know, with that in terms of now where you've got the squad sizes that you've got. But yeah, you know, he must have had an idea, or you know, when he started the game, how he wanted it to be, obviously, and you know, changing it around that quick. Like I said in commentary, I don't think that made a change in the game. I think that, you know, it was 3-0 by then, and I think then Aldershot just sat off, and then, you know, the Swindon allowed themselves to get into the game a little bit more, because and then in you know, later on in the game in the second half, the defensive errors were still there, unfortunately. So, you know, it's something I've seen all the games that I've kind of done at the back. They do move around quite a lot, and that leaves quite a lot of gaps. And that's happened again today, where they've moved around or people being pulled out of position and leaving space in behind or in the middle of the box. And that happened again today, where they haven't been punished in other games too much that I've seen. Although they did a little bit against MK Dons, but Aldershot, you know, they exploited it and they took their chances. So the moving it around, I don't think really made too much difference. But it again, they're just there. The defensive frailties are there for all to see.
More of your messages. Cockney Red, can you ask the manager if the staff have been paid? Because that might explain a lot if that was not the case. Another one here from Grumpy Kev. As an afterthought, we need a budget squad. Why not sell what we have, all of them, and just buy Aldershot? Because they're so much better than what we have. 81333 for text, so 8000 321 333 for your WhatsApps. Wiltshire at the start of those messages. Call 08000 283366. Email stfc@bbc.co.uk, and we'll scroll through Twitter in just a sec as well, at BBC Wiltshire. It's a total disgrace. I thought a 1-0 defeat to Histon back in the day was bad enough, but this was shambolic embarrassment. Clem needs to start chirping up and come up with some readies to improve the squad. That is Trigger's view. And the next one, please, is I'm really disappointed. We were terrible today, from Ophelia. It was pretty grim. What about Colchester on Tuesday night? Is it good, Phil, metaphorically speaking, to get back on the horse ASAP?
Well, it's something that makes sportsmen and sports people professional, is that they can and they have to put behind them what's happened in the past and move on to the next. And as a team and as a management team and a squad, you've got to move on to the next, and you've got to put this behind you, and you've got to try and put it right. So yeah, they're going to be licking their wounds over the next couple of days. I assume they're going to be in training, you know, probably tomorrow and Monday to try and kind of put this right and dissect it, or maybe just completely forget it and move on. But yeah, it's good that they got one to go to. You'd expect a reaction, and obviously everyone's going to like to see a reaction. So on that respect, you know, they need to get working on that.
Stonehenge Red, it's just not good enough. No passion or pride from the players. Questions need to be asked of the manager for today's performance and how we were set up. Questions also need to be asked of the ownership. No money, a paper-thin squad, and no progression. Stockport, of course, the League Two leaders, are here next Saturday. Some people did vote with their feet today, Phil. I mean, it was a non-league opponent, so it was, you know, less than 7,000. Normally we're around the sort of 8,000-9,000 mark, and some left early, and you can kind of understand why, because as the goals were flying in, there was no, but then of course there was that one that hit the post, wasn't there, just before half-time. They could have had a bigger advantage. Yeah, it could quite easily have been, you know, 9 or 10 really. Aldershot could have scored, and that's not just talking about like half chances. That's that one that hit the post, and I think there was another good chance that they had an offside that was given, which I don't think was offside. So, you know, yeah, and you can understand people walking out. I saw a few people going at sort of 5 and 6 in the second half. I think probably waiting to see what happened in the second half. And when the second half started off just as bad, if not worse, as the first, then I think a few people decided they'd seen enough and decided to go. But yeah, FA Cup games, sometimes the crowds aren't in straight away, looking for the glamour ties, and you know, they, like you say, they'd seen enough at a few of them at 6, and you can't really blame them. A couple of other sports stories today. England's cricketers, their World Cup defence is over after Australia had a 33-run victory in Ahmedabad. England already all but out, but a 5th miserable defeat in succession and 6th in total ended any hope of some sort of freak mathematical turnaround. In terms of the scores there, Australia put into bat 286. England, with Johnny Bairstow out first ball, showed some fight. It was Stokes and Milan who led the charge, but they were still dismissed for 253 to lose by 33 runs, as I say. So that is the end of the Cricket World Cup defence for England. And for rugby, Bath, after a good start to the season, they've lost today for the first time at Northampton, and the final score there was 24-18. Tries for Dutoit and de Glanville. Bailey kicked the one conversion, a penalty. Spencer with another penalty. Milestones reached there for Tom Dunn, 200 appearances for the club. Max Ajomo, 50th appearance for the club. Both, of course, ex of Chippenham at Allington Fields. But the final score in the Premiership is Northampton 24, Bath 18. And then there's the ice hockey tonight. It is Swindon Wildcats versus Solway Sharks. The postponement, of course, of their game against the Sheffield Steel Dogs last weekend because of the tragedy surrounding the Nottingham Panthers player Adam Johnson. But they're back on the ice tonight, face off at 7, and see them again tomorrow. There's home and away from home against the Solway Sharks north of the border. This is Saturday Sport on BBC Radio Wiltshire.
BBC Radio Wiltshire.
At breakfast. Nearly 50 years since the Beatles split, they're back with a new single called Now and Then. Author of the classic Beatles biography Shout, Philip Norman, told us what he thought of the song.
I think it's absolutely terrible. It doesn't sound like the Beatles to me. It doesn't sound like John Lennon, but it really is such a crashing disappointment. And this AI sort of rigmarole, you know, that seems to have made no difference at all.
Is this just to kind of keep the whole Beatlemania alive for a new generation, though?
Well, you don't need to keep the Beatles alive. No one thought a band could break up and get even bigger. They've done that.
Breakfast.
Weekdays from 6.
BBC Radio Wiltshire.
Sports summaries are 7:30, 8:30. We'll probably still be talking about Swindon Town 4, Aldershot 7. We can hear Manager Michael Flynn now live with BBC Radio Wiltshire's Andrew Hawes.
Well, Mike, you've been a manager for a long time. Is that your most painful 90 minutes?
It's in the top 3, and the other 2 I think I lost in a playoff final at Wembley. I'm hurt. I'm embarrassed. I could sit here and talk to you all night and say what's going through my mind, but the bottom line is that was unacceptable.
Why do you think it unfolded as it did, I suppose?
Because Aldershot, and I'm not taking anything away from Aldershot, by the way, because they've come here and they've given it all. They've worked as a team. They've outworked us, outfought us, outplayed us at times. And we look like a team that has never played together before. That's inexcusable. You know, you can do whatever you want on the training pitch, but when you go and cross that white line and give away the goals that we were 3-0 down in 9 minutes. You know, the ball was out to play for 2.5 of that, maybe 3 of that. So in 6 minutes, we are 3-0 down to a team who's non-league. And that's not being disrespectful. That's where they are. And, you know, it got worse. The first half. The first half is the worst I've been involved in any level.
Do you have to take some responsibility? Because you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think I've seen you reshuffle the defence after 10 minutes, basically.
Well, I had to. It had nothing to do with formations, or it was personal pride. It was players not doing their jobs. Even half time, I say, right, we keep it. We get the next goal. We're 4-0 down. We get the next goal. We keep building the pressure on them. Then you get a second, and we go and concede 3 in the first 15 minutes of the second half. You know, you can take a horse to water, but I reshuffled it because it could have got, well, it could have been even worse at that point, and so it was almost damage limitation straight away. But yeah. If you want to say it's my fault, that's fine. I'll take it. We win together, we lose together. But I can't do anything about it when they cross that white line.
You sound completely lost as to why your players played with that sort of attitude and intensity, or lack of those, by the sounds of it.
Well, have you got any ideas? Did you see that coming? Because I didn't. I didn't see it coming. Yes, we've given away some sloppy goals this season and some good positions. Nothing like that. What today? I think there was 2 players who can hold their heads up. Just the others, no any. No one wants to take some responsibility. Everybody's looking at somebody else, and I need some characters in to change it, and I will be doing it.
In the short term, of course. I mean, how do you change it? Because we're back to this point of the number of senior professionals you have available.
Well, again, we're missing Rushian and Jake Young today, which is hurt us. Jake Kane's still out. Tariq's out. Ben Ward, don't have a clue when he's going to come back. So yeah, we are thin. We're light on the ground, but that's no excuse for what happened there, because that had nothing to do with the players who were out.
those players out there were the ones that went on predominantly the ones who went on a 9-game unbeaten run at the start of the season. So, yeah.
I suppose the theory exists because of the lack of depth. They have a certain comfort as to their places. Have you seen that? Have you sensed that?
But that's fine. That's fine, because if they want to keep turning in performances like that, they can be as comfortable as they want or think they can be for the next 8 weeks. As soon as I'm able to get some more players in and have some more competition, then they'll be comfortable sat next to me.
How do you kind of apportion blame, express the appropriate amount of anger and so on without kind of really sort of causing splits and damage in the dressing room? There
can be any splits. We lost that as a team. We all lost it. From me straight through to the youngsters who come on. I'm not blaming them, by the way. If somebody wants to go around, not looking in the mirror and holding their hands up to the performance they put in, they're kidding themselves, and they won't be in the game long. So it's quite basic, really. It's if you don't put the hard work in and be honest with yourself and self-critique and try to improve, you don't last long in football.
And you've not seen any of that from them after today? If the players have gone in there and looked and felt suitably, I guess, embarrassed almost.
Well, so they should. They should be embarrassed, because I am. I am embarrassed. I'm hurting. Yeah. Look, let's see how much it hurts them.
Are you tempted to sort of drag them in tomorrow ahead of Colchester now?
No. But that's completely defeating the object. They need a rest and recovery day. These players haven't been brought up where you can just go and run them the next day. We're going to have, if we get any more injuries, I think I'll be lacing my own boots up. So, no, that's not going to help things. So we need to prepare right for Colchester and give ourselves the best chance and opportunity we got to get the win.
And whatever you do there, I guess you must put some pride back into things.
Well, of course. And they're going to show that was a one-off, because I don't want any more of them.
What's the news on Rashawn Hepburn-Murphy?
He slipped in training and hurt his hip. So the scans come back, he's clear. So that was a relief. But look, it's symptom-based, and Rushian needs to feel comfortable of when he trains and comes back to play.
And I assume Jake Young was denied permission by Brentford?
Yeah, he was denied.
I'm not saying you'd use this in any way as an excuse, but how late was that? Did it make it any more difficult to work on the team?
No. We asked. We prepared as if he wasn't going to be, so there's no excuse. I'm not coming here making excuses for nothing. We were absolutely diabolical today, and that's the bottom line of it.
And just the last one, obviously the media is the method through which you address the fans, so I guess this is your opportunity to address fans directly. After that, forget I'm here, what would you say to them?
There's so much I could say to them. Going to get all the cliches. I'm just going to keep it sweet. I'm really sorry for that performance, and they don't deserve that. These players now need to come out and show those fans that was a one-off, and it won't happen again. I could stand here and say I'll promise you that this will never happen again. I don't cross that white line. But what I will say is I'll make sure that if there's players here not putting in the hard graft day in day out for this football club and this shirt, then it won't be here long.
Thank you.
Those aren't always the easiest interviews to conduct, but that's Andrew Horse getting a sense of how manager Michael Flynn is feeling. His message to you, the supporters, he's really sorry, you don't deserve it. It was absolutely diabolical. I'm embarrassed, I'm hurting, he said. He's starting off by saying the bottom line was it was unacceptable. Aldershot gave their all, they outworked, outfought and outplayed at times. It was inexcusable, and the first half is the worst he's ever been involved in. Only 2 of his players could hold their heads up. Just needs some character in the changing room, and in terms of squad depth, the fact we're thin and light on the ground is no excuse. Rest and recovery tomorrow, training on Monday, back to Colchester on Tuesday. Rashawn Hepburn-Murphy out with a hip injury. Jake Young denied permission by his parent club Bradford. And that point about are they comfortable? Well, if they are, they'll be sitting next to him in January. Not sure, Phil, if you phrase that as a threat or promise, but the transfer window in the new year might be interesting, depending on performances between now and then.
Well, yeah, I mean, it does affect it in squad size and everything because they have got an opportunity to put that right. And in my day, or in other times and periods where there are squads, you don't get that opportunity to put that right, and there then comes the risk in having to perform every week, and then that means the cream rises to the top, and the best players that can handle it, they can play every week and perform, play every week. You do get comfortable, and you do get lackluster in it, and they've got a time now, and to be honest, by January it might be not too late, but you could have a mountain to climb by January, but that threat needs to be there from the beginning, and they've not been able to kind of do that with the squad size, and at the beginning of the season is we've worked with what we got and we're happy and everything like that, so now they're under the bus because if they don't, then they're gone. So it's a funny one because it is of their own making, but I think that they will do something about it, and they've got a chance to do something about it, and we'll wait and see.
So Michael Flynn asked Andrew, so I'll ask you. None of us did see it coming, did we? I'll ask my own question. Did you see it coming?
No, not 7, but there is definitely, and even he said it. There are they have given away sloppy goals, and that's from day one of the season. They've been giving away sloppy goals, and they gave away 7 sloppy goals today, and there's been games where they haven't been punished for these sloppy mistakes and sort of defensive sort of frailties, and they've not really been put right from the beginning of the season. And I'm talking about simple things like closing people down, getting tight, stopping crosses, winning the first header. Long balls. The amount of long balls I see go over, and the centre defenders not winning the first ball, not putting the centre forward on the floor with a bit of presence. I might be a bit old-fashioned with that, but I've not seen it, and that's been there since day one. So they've been there. So. Yeah, but I didn't see 7, and I thought that they'd be in the game, and I thought it'd be close and tight. But I always think that there's a chance whoever they play against, there's a chance they concede, because there is that sloppiness, and they're always going to give somebody a chance.
There have been goals galore, as we predicted beforehand, because of Swindon Town and Aldershot starts to the season. Swindon Town 4, Aldershot 7. They were 7-0 up at one stage. Nev, I've been a fan for 56 years, and this tie is the most ashamed I've been. Nothing to do with the manager. It is down to the players and a lack of respect for the club. Need investment at Christmas, or the club will meander to mid-table. As a season ticket holder, what are we going to see against top of the table next week? More of your views in a minute. Tom Brewitt right now with Andrew Hawes.
Here we go. Well, Tom, thanks for coming out. I guess how on earth did that unfold as it did?
Embarrassing performance from start to finish from all of us. I don't think there's words that can express how much we're hurting on the back of that, and how sorry we are to the fans for that performance. Unacceptable. That's what putting it right on Tuesday.
I suppose why really? How were Aldershot able to unpick you so ruthlessly at the start?
A terrible first 10 minutes from us. Didn't deal with their fast start well enough. Didn't compete well enough. Didn't win enough headers from back to front. And yeah, like I say, all I can say is apologise to the fans.
Looked like the defence, or your sort of positions in defence, got shuffled around incredibly quickly after 10 minutes. Was there any sort of lack of familiarity or comfort with the positions you were in that needed changing? Is that any sort of explanation for that?
I don't think so. I think we're all good enough players to play anywhere across the back today, and personnel should be able to cope with what they had to offer, and that's not disrespectful to us. I mean, in terms of in any game that we play, of course, yeah, we looked better when we shuffled it maybe, but it was just a very, very poor start from us.
I suppose one thing, have you at any sort of level, consciously or unconsciously, thought this is a side of division below us, and perhaps not quite nailed it in the mental approach?
I think that obviously the scoreline and the start would suggest that, but that was never something I felt coming into this game. We're a good group of boys that wouldn't underestimate the team. A lot of us have come from leagues and the lower leagues and have played in that at that level, so we knew what we were going to be up against. It was just a case of a very poor start and not getting going and not fighting enough.
And I mean, sort of mentally, do you feel a bit shot after that first 10 minutes? Are you personally, or do you sense players around you in a bit of a kind of daze almost?
Almost, yeah, because it's not something you plan for it all, and I think it's the old boxing saying, everyone's got a plan to get punched in the face, and we got punched in the face hard in the first 10 minutes, and we just didn't respond as a team, and I've got to take responsibilities for that as one of the leaders, and once one goes in or two goes in, we shouldn't let 3 and 4 in, and we just fell apart, started both halves, and it's completely unacceptable, and like I say, I can just only apologise to the fans.
What do you try and do now? Do you try and go home, shut the door, forget it ever happened, or do you have to kind of look back at it, address it, and pick it apart all over again?
A bit of both. You can't forget about it. You've got to learn from that. You've got to learn from experience as bad as that. That's 100% the worst game I've ever felt in my career. I think even as a kid, I can't ever remember conceding that many goals. So I've got to look inwards. I've got to look at myself and think, where can I do better? How can I stop them? And then take that fire into Tuesday, take it back into the league, and start climbing back up where we think we should be.
And I guess that's one of the things we sort of associate with you most, is that sort of kind of fire and intensity. So did you feel that was lacking from you at any point? And like I say, that would be extremely unusual.
I don't think it was a case of lack of fire. It certainly wasn't my strongest performance. Like I say, I'm personally embarrassed on behalf of the team to show that performance to the fans. It's unacceptable to concede that many goals to anyone at home. If Man City had come here in the FA Cup, it'd be unacceptable. So it's like I say, we've got that fire's burning right now, and we've got to take that into Tuesday.
How important is it to have a game quickly, and how much do you feel responsibility to deliver a performance for the fans apart from anything else?
That's the best thing about it, that we play in 3 days. The last thing we would need after this is a long break where you can't take your frustration, and we have to take that frustration in the right way into Tuesday and put a performance on that we know we're good enough to do.
And lastly, what is the sort of challenge of kind of staying together as a group like this? Because it must be very tempting for players to sort of turn in on each other after it's gone as wildly wrong as that.
Yeah, I think I've said it before in the press. There's no time for that. There's no time for arguments inside. You've got to hold each other accountable, which we do. We're a small group. That means we've got to stick together. And like I say, Tuesday's an opportunity to correct this. And a week's a long time in football. Got a game Tuesday, got a game Saturday. We've got to go out and perform.
I'm not sure many people have come out after that, so thank you for doing so, Tom. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Yeah, fair play to for fronting up. That's Tom Brewitt talking to BBC Radio Wiltshire's Andrew Hawes after Swindon Town 4, Aldershot 7. First time a non-league team's ever put 7 past an EFL team in the FA Cup competition. It happened in the first round today. So for the record, they're ball number 13, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon, if you care. Manager Michael Flynn's already been out. You can catch that again on BBC Sounds within the hour. Mike, might be a good idea for Mike Flynn to give his post-match interview in Welsh. I'm going off to lie down in a darkened room. The Robins took one hell of a beating. The shots are no one's fools this season. Red and Blue Army are on the up. Cheers. That's Gary, obviously an Aldershot fan, listening on a happy journey home. And that was depressing, a distinct lack of capability, motivation and pride on display today. Josh's granddad, the whole team should donate their wages this week to charity. They certainly don't deserve to keep them. Congratulations to Aldershot, who set Swindon Town an example. Phil, we have to let you go. But Colchester on Tuesday night, Stockport next Saturday. They both want the points for very different reasons, so Swindon Town will know once again they're in a battle.
Yeah, absolutely, and they ain't going to be easy, you know. Like you said, Colchester changing manager, they're probably looking for an uplift in results and performance, so that'll be a tough game in a way. Colchester away is always a tough place to go, especially when it gets sort of a bit cold. It's for whatever reason, the geographic to the stadium, it's just not a nice place with the weather. So that'll be tough. And then Stockport, obviously, they're flying high. Probably the sort of team I would say at the minute Swindon don't really like playing against, strong and sort of quite at it. And obviously they struggled against Stockport in the recent past. So 2 tough games, and now after this and MK Dons, they've got to get a result somewhere along those lines.
Thank you for today. I know your boy's with you. I take it he knows you're in the Matchday magazine. Picture of you in action.
He's not said anything.
Oh,
he's not said anything at all, to be honest.
Perhaps he's thrown it away.
A teenager for you.
Picture of Phil Smith, who represented Swindon Town and Aldershot, and this afternoon BBC Radio Wiltshire off the back of that 7-4 defeat. Thanks, Phil. Sharon, I'm sorry all the players should be ashamed tonight. In all my years of supporting the town, I've never left early. Today I did, and I'm so angry about it. as well. At BBC World Sport on Twitter, text 81333, WhatsApp 08000 321 333 with Wiltshire at the start of your messages. Call 08000 283366 or email stfc@bbc.co.uk. Chitsy Weirdo, it's time for the owner to sell up. We already knew things weren't good behind the scenes, and we've a tiny cut price squad, but this is truly shameful. Clem doesn't have the means to take the club forward, in my humble opinion. Glenn, time to resign, Flynn. This is unacceptable for any team. This is the end of the week in which he's signed a contract extension, him and Wayne Hatsfield, here till the summer of 2026. And Matthew, embarrassing. It's like they've not trained for a month. No effort, no skill. 45 minutes to score 5 goals. I think I might have drifted in at the start of the second half. It was 4-0 at the break. It was 7-4 in the end. Let us talk briefly about a Swindon Town victory over Aldershot this week. Sean Wood, the under-18s lead phase development coach, guided them to a second round of the FA Youth Cup.
In terms of the overall performance, we described it as a professional performance in terms of the clean sheet and the result, which gets us through to the next round. Yes, we could have scored more goals, could have been more clinical, especially sort of middle to final third. At times it did break down. But when we reflect and digest the game in terms of what we wanted at the start, is what we got is a clean sheet and into the next round of the FA Youth Cup.
Do you notice any differences with Miles coming back for the first time in a month?
To be honest, we had to manage Miles a little bit. Because he's been around the first team environment for sort of 4 or 5 weeks. It's great for him, great for the academy. But also the other side of it is he's not actually playing games. So it's making sure that the boys that are in around that environment are still maintaining game time. Sometimes that can be difficult. So for Miles, we was looking at sort of maybe 60 to 70 minutes, getting him to around that mark, and then bringing another player on to manage his game time and make sure that he doesn't break down and still stays in the right physical state. So that was where he was at on Tuesday night, making sure he played, but also just manage where he's at, really.
Part necessity and part recognition, but also George Alston, Sonny Hart also on the bench for the first team last Saturday. Yeah,
it's coming more and more at the moment. There's more and more opportunities. I think obviously the situation within the first team squad is very apparent and very evident. But again, it gives them boys the opportunity to be around the squad, the training across the week, and hopefully more and more opportunities will come for George, for Sonny, if the boys are training hard, playing well, when they go into the first team environment and train with the first team management, and if they catch their eye, I'm sure them opportunities will come quicker than what they'd imagine.
And the FA Youth Cup, second round draw made? What's next?
Yeah, so we just found out the news of the second round draw. It's Newport or Wimborne, their fixtures next week. So we won't know who we've actually got until that game's been played. Good to be at home. Good draw in terms of actually now these boys that have been around the first team and supporters are starting to hear some names and see some faces. Now there'll be an opportunity, and we'd like to see as many supporters as possible when the date's been selected and the news is out there into the public domain. We'd like to see as many people as possible come and actually see the players play in their environment, in their under-18s FA Youth Cup programme, and see that face and that name and put it to fruition when they watch the next round of the FA Youth Cup.
Could that be here, or do you have to wait and see when it is?
It's highly likely to be at the county ground. Not confirmed 100% yet. The club will support everything for the youth players like they are at the moment, but the date and the actual venue of the fixture has not been confirmed yet.
That is Sean Wood. The under-18s game against Plymouth this morning was postponed last night because of the potential of a waterlogged pitch, which was handy because the bench was filled out today by Sonny Hart, Miles Zabodo, Fletcher Hubbard, Harry Gray and George Alston, 3 of whom got on the pitch in Swindon Town's 7-4 defeat to Aldershot in the FA Cup. Just a brief respite from what's happened here before we wrap things up at the county ground and then head off into the darkness to ponder on what we've witnessed. There's been a celebration of Swindon Speedway this week. More than 400 fans turned up at the Blunton House Hotel, less than a mile away from the former home, the Abbey Stadium. Robins, of course, haven't raced since the end of 2019. A whole host of former riders and officials from the club's 70-year history in attendance. Among them, arguably the greatest. He pulled on the Robins race jacket. He was 4 times World Speedway champion Barry Briggs, who rode for the club from 1964 to 72, winning the British League title, of course, in 1967. It took 45 years to repeat that feat. Barry Briggs is now 88.
Speedway is my past. and I come here today, and then I realised signing my autograph, hey, it was a long time ago because it's scribbled. So, you know, that obviously I had many, many memories of it. But as you get older, your memory's not the best, but, you know, it was good times at Swindon.
And just looking at the race jackets and the photographs, it's incredible, isn't it?
There's no photographs here of the body colour I use. And there's no photographs of me and the team. Oh, there's another
Hey,
side.
we need to look over here, don't we?
I was only looking one side.
Let's see if we can find you.
They didn't have cameras around.
I can spot you there. There you go.
Yeah.
There you are.
I looked at the other side. They couldn't have cameras in my day.
Yeah, you've got to be there, haven't you? I spotted you anyway.
I'm there. It looks like.
Yeah.
What I was when I was younger.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah. Life moves along, doesn't it? And done a lot of things and over the years, and you know, Speedway's a big part of it. But then you've got to move on because you can't live in that all your life.
And even the life of a speedway rider, as you move from one track to another, you represent lots of different places. But Swindon was good times for you?
Yeah, Swindon was a good track for me because I think was in the handicapping in those days, and it was very tough giving everybody 20 yards start. And I remembered I retired the night Cecil Telling pulled the plug on it. But Swindon was good. There was a way around Swindon you could pass people. So, but you know, there's lots of memories. And when I see Martin Ashby and Barry Duke and the other lads, it sparks memories, which is good memories.
And for a long, long time, until 2012, Swindon hadn't won the league since you did it, with some of the riders you mentioned, Martin Ashby. There was obviously Bob Kilby in that team in 1967. Well, it was a whole team of great riders.
Well, I think that there was probably a lack of riders around, and I think we was quite a local team, local riders, the Broadies and Kilbys and Mike Keane, and you know what I mean. That I think we just happened to have a homegrown talent, and I think I helped a little.
Yeah, and some of those riders, as you say, very local, but improved their averages, improved as the season went on.
No, you know, when it looked as though we could win the league, the boys rallied and we did well. I think, you know, I was proud of doing that because when I run the league, Wimbledon, we had Ronnie and me, and we had lots of the top riders. At Swindon, I think we had a good average team, and most of them were local boys, so that was nice.
And you still keep in touch with Speedway?
A little bit. I live in California, so there's not a lot of Speedway, but I still ride a motorbike twice a week, 3 hours at a time. So I'm into motorbikes, and that is my past.
It clearly keeps you fit and healthy, though.
Well, yeah, but you've got to do that. You get nothing without giving. You've got to give before you can take.
Barry Briggs remembering with BBC Radio Wiltshire's Richard Crowley. Here we are at the county ground then. Swindon Town 4, Aldershot 7, the final score. So the victorious manager is Tommy Widrington. He's experienced the romance of this competition before. Remember Salisbury, 2006?
It is a corner to Forest on the left. It's taken in towards the far post, past everybody. Shot comes in, and Forest have scored. The shot at the far post from Nathan Tyson, who runs to the corner flag and celebrates. And Salisbury are 1-0 down after 26 minutes in the big FA Cup game. The corner from the left-hand side, right across the face of goal. Tyson at the far post smashes it home. It's Salisbury 0, Nottingham Forest 1.
Now a chance to come forward on the right-hand side for Bass. Bass with a really high, hopeful cross, which has gone towards Paul Sales. It's going to break into the air. It's going to fall to Tubbs. He's got a little back heel, and Matt Tubbs has scored! Matt Tubbs has equalised for Salisbury City in this FA Cup match against the former European champions, and the fans go absolutely ballistic. It was Sales who won the ball in the air. Tubbs reacted quickest, neat little turn on his feet, and lashed it from 5 yards into the back of the net. All of the Salisbury players pile on top of each other. The substitutes get involved as well. They're all on top of those black and white balloons, and this really is game on now. We've got about half an hour of this FA Cup match to play, and Salisbury City are at 1-1 with Nottingham Forest.
Forest are trying to get it away. Comes to Holt. Brecken from the edge of the box. All eyes on the referee, Andy Durso. One whistle, two whistle, three whistles. Come on, Nottingham Forest away from home in the replay. It feels like a win. It almost is. 1-1, and it's to the City Ground a week on Tuesday. Salisbury City, a part-time team from Conference South, have held Nottingham Forest, a full-time team from League One, and the top of League One as well, don't forget, to a 1-1 draw. You've heard it live on BBC Radio Wiltshire.
Commentary from Ian Longdon and Ed Hadwin. Nottingham Forest 2, Salisbury 0 in the FA Cup second round replay 17 years ago. Swindon Town will have a blank second round weekend at the start of December after losing 7-4 to Aldershot here. WhatsApp number ending in 2127, at least with the tickets reduced to £15. Be cheaper for the players to refund everyone. Hashtag gutless frauds. WhatsApp ending in 464. Absolutely awful. The worst type of performance I've ever seen. 3-0 down in 10 minutes. Austin deserves to be stripped of the captaincy. He's got to go after giving the crowd the finger, allegedly. Only players that showed any passion: Kemp, who wasn't even our player, and McEachran. 7-4 is laughable. Sort it out. Andrew Hawes, briefly, what have you seen on your social media? Anger, frustration, resignation, surreality?
Bewilderment was the principal one. What's going on? The answer, I think, is if you defend like that against any other set of professional football players from any division, you're going to get stuffed, and that's what happened.
Michael Flynn recognises there's a problem. He didn't try and dress it up himself, did he?
No, he did. He hasn't hidden behind the fall, but I guess the problem is he doesn't immediately have the resources to tell some of those players, go and take a break and think about what you've done. Really, he's got quite a management feat to try and transform what we saw today into a game with Colchester.
That is Tuesday night. We're on the air from 7 with full live commentary, every game and every goal on BBC Radio Wiltshire. Stockport at home, Harrogate away, Exeter at home. They're all live on BBC Radio Wiltshire. This is the home of Swindon Town football commentary.